Okay, Mayor Wong, we are ready to start the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Good evening and welcome to the May 5, 2020 City Council Special Video Meeting. I am Mayor Benson Wong. Tonight's City Council meeting is our third virtual council meeting using video conferencing technology provided by Zoom. We are also broadcasting live on MITV Channel 21 and also on the city's YouTube. City Manager Jesse Bond is participating in tonight's meeting while in the City Council chambers. City Attorney Neil Park is participating in tonight's meeting remotely. We have some city staff members also participating in tonight's meeting, complying in the City Council chambers, complying with social distancing, and other participating staff members participating remotely. Other public audience members are listening to the meeting by telephone. Welcome to all and thank you for joining us tonight. Council members, please be sure to have your microphones turned on for the roll call. Would the city clerk please call the roll?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Mayor Benson Wong.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Wendy Weicker.
Here.
Councilmember Lisa Anderall. Here. Councilmember Jake Jacobson.
Here.
Councilmember Salim Neese.
Here.
Councilmember Craig Reynolds.
Here.
And Councilmember Dave Rosenbaum. Councilmember Rosenbaum. Thank you, Mayor.
We have a quorum. Next on the agenda right now is the Pledge of Allegiance. I've asked Deputy Mayor Wendy Weicker to lead the council in the Pledge of Allegiance. Will you join the Deputy Mayor in saying the Pledge of Allegiance?
Okay, and please stand as you're willing and able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to the first item of business, which is the approval of the agenda. However, before I entertain a motion, I just want to mention the parameters of the agenda and the parameters of future agendas during the pandemic. Last Friday, Governor Inslee announced an extension of his existing stay home, stay healthy order through May 31. We are trying to ensure compliance with Governor Inslee's extension of Proclamation 20-28.1 regarding the Open Public Meetings Act and also the Public Records Act, and also compliance with the Attorney General's corresponding guidance. With that in mind, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Anderall and a second by Councilmember Neese. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. The city clerk, will you please conduct a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Anderall.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Let the record show that Councilmember Rosenbaum is now present.
Sorry, I had some technical difficulties.
Welcome. Okay. So the motion passes and the agenda is approved. During the past two virtual meetings, questions from the City Council have been asked in a round-robin approach. While there are merits to using this round-robin approach, recognize that it is a little rigid. We're going to try a different approach. For those who are familiar with the Zoom platform, you know that there is an ability for a person to raise his or her hand. If a council member has a question, the council member will be asked to raise his or her hand and will be able to ask his or her question after being recognized. This process is similar to what would occur in our city council meeting in the chamber. I'll try to do my best to recognize council members in the order in which they raise their hands. Everyone will be asked to limit himself or herself to one question and to one clarifying question if necessary at one time, so that each council member will have an opportunity to ask his or her question if he or she wants. When it comes to voting again, our city clerk, Deb Estrada, will conduct a roll call so that we can accurately capture everybody's votes. Next on the agenda, we have City Manager Jesse Bond's report.
Good evening, council. Give me just a moment here. Oh, shoot. Okay, thank you for your patience. Again, good evening. My name is Jessie Bond, and I am your city manager. This is May 5th, and our city manager report. I think the most recent news, which Mayor Wong was just talking about, was the extension of the Stay Home, Stay Healthy order through May 31st. Governor Inslee announced that last Friday. He also rolled out a phased approach that we'll be using for reopening businesses and beginning to modify physical distancing measures. We've been going over the order in terms of how the city business will resume. Just a reminder that every phase does require social distancing and other considerations to maintain your health and safety. I think you've all seen this snapshot. As for phase 1, we are now, as of today, officially in phase 1. So you've heard outdoor recreation is allowed to resume. Anecdotally, I've heard the golf courses are totally sold out. So if you're interested in golfing, I call soon for a tee time. Some construction is allowed to resume as well. Construction companies have to meet agreed upon criteria. There's a whole checklist, and elective surgeries. There's a whole, I'll call it rulemaking process that's happening right now as industries and businesses are allowed to come back online. The governor's office is releasing the protocols that have to be followed. So that's still in process. Landscaping and lawn care, which our park maintenance and right-of-way maintenance falls under, for example, we haven't seen the specific rules yet. So that should be coming soon. In terms of the community planning department, I wanted to mention, this went out in our press release, I think it was last night, that because some construction is resuming, we are also resuming issuance of some public notices. So as a reminder, our noticing will comply with city ordinance. That's mailed, posted in the weekly bulletin. We are limiting the number of notices that go out each week. This is just a function of how we keep ourselves safe. And we also recognize that, and I actually don't know how many are in the queue, but it doesn't serve good public process to just roll it all out all at once. So as I've heard from the Community Planning and Development Department, we'll have 11 notices going out next week. And then the next batch will be the following week. So I'll try to get a little more information. One of the concerns that surfaced pretty immediately when we announced that public noticing would resume is, what about public hearings? They're stuck in a gray area right now. So what I can say is we won't have any public hearings this month. We're still sorting out the details on how they're supposed to be done because restrictions are in place regarding in-person meetings still. So more information on that will be forthcoming. As for parks, I just mentioned that landscaping is allowed in phase 1. So we did open a handful of parking lots today: Homestead, Island Crest, and Area C of Aubrey Davis Park. We'll begin, and I said I wasn't going to announce the parking lot openings, but I just did. So please be cautious, observe social distancing. We want to keep them open and allow you to resume recreating safely. We'll be continuing looking at phased opening over time. I want to let you know, with the recent layoffs, if you have an inquiry about a park use or a park matter, all of that's being handled through our EOC staff team, not and the call center, sorry. We don't have a date yet on field rentals or when athletic leagues will resume. I'll be talking a little bit more about standing up the Parks and Rec Department during the finance presentation later tonight. Operational changes regarding park maintenance. So we will be out mowing this week. The parks are looking pretty shaggy. We're still waiting for the, again, as I already said, the rules and guidelines on how we should be operating as landscapers. Just a reminder that our seasonal maintenance workers were laid off as part of the cost savings measures. So one of the work items we have is what is our new level of service standard? And we have some more planning work to do there. So we'll begin trying to catch up on the backlog. It's pretty significant, as you can imagine, considering we're right in the middle of the growing season and our team members have been limited in the type of work they can perform. The Public Records Act, this just came out late last night. So we still have to respond to public records requests as we normally would do. The Proclamation 2028.1 was extended, just suspends a required 5-day response period only through May 11th. After May 11th, it does appear that we'll need to continue processing responses when they come in within 5 days. I actually don't see that being a problem. We've been able to mostly keep up on public records. And in-person inspection of public records is currently not allowed until after May 31st, unless it's continued. So phase 2 and looking ahead, as you know, it's probably another 3 weeks out. This is where small gatherings of 5 or fewer people are allowed. Salons, thank goodness, will be in our future, and a variety of other services, including restaurants that are operating at less than 50% capacity. I will note that retail is in phase 2, and that is where our thrift store lands. Phase 3, looking ahead, I'll just point out this is really where we will need to consider our recreational services. Recreational facilities, which our community center does fall into that category, will be allowed to resume in phase 3 at less than 50% capacity. You can see restaurants, bars, indoor gyms, theaters also allowed to resume. Government offices can reopen in phase 3, although if you've heard the messaging, remote working is still encouraged. And at this point, we'll be able to keep doing that for a while. We just need to evaluate who's in the office in the rotation. So that's being worked on right now through our EOC planning team. All right, and finally, phase 4, this is all remaining recreational activity can resume, larger gatherings, concerts, large sporting events. So what do we need to know? You've seen this already from Governor Inslee. There's a number of things that need to be met to continue moving through the phases. It's evaluating our healthcare system, testing capacity, ability to trace cases and contacts, and continuing to protect high-risk populations. So the other thing I've already mentioned is we know there will be at least 3 weeks in between phases. There may be more, depending on the data, if you will. And the things I've noted here, if people are getting sick, hospitalizations, et cetera. Just a reminder, we're including this in all of our messaging. We haven't lost our social distancing requirements. We still are being strongly encouraged to stay 6 feet away, wear a mask in public. I'm starting to get certainly more used to that. Staying home if you're sick, and continuing to disinfect surfaces and continuing with cleaning. Before I go to Giving Tuesday, I will mention tonight in the finance presentation, I have some slides about what it looks like to come back to restore services in the thrift store and also recreation facilities and park maintenance. So we'll be talking about that a little later tonight. Giving Tuesday now, it's a global day of giving in response to the COVID-19 crisis. We encourage you to get involved in this campaign, and we want to feature again the We Love MI campaign. Sarah Bluvis is going to be here a little bit later and give you an update on the numbers from We Love MI. Okay, I'm, as is the usual with my city manager reports, I am jumping over a whole series of topics. Just want to remind you on April 20th, just a couple weeks ago, our police folks responded to a home invasion robbery in the 9,000 block of Southeast 40th. What I wanted to update you on, council, is our detectives are still working on the case. Numerous pieces of evidence have been collected, and as you know, it takes time as things get processed and sent to the crime lab. They're also continuing to pursue other leads, and our regional partners are engaged. When we have an update, we will certainly issue a notice or a press release or something to the community. In the meantime, Chief Holmes is committed to keeping us posted here through the city manager reports. So the bottom line is they're working on it. Nothing that they can share yet, but there is activity happening behind the scenes. Hey, and some positive news. I'm really pleased to report that the police department did a soft launch of the virtual block watch program. And I think that was just yesterday. They had a group of participants join a Zoom call. It was facilitated by 2 of our police staff, just educating and informing about how to stand up a neighborhood watch. So thank you to the police team for reacting so quickly and getting this going. Thank you to the participants that joined us for the soft launch. There were some bugs we had to work out, as I understand, but we're getting ready to roll this out on a larger scale. So coming soon, and basically neighborhoods will be able to request participation, and we'll get it set up so that police officers can join. Anyway, I'm really excited about that. Thank you. Now is the time with everyone home to really be supporting each other in a neighborhood watch program. Okay, more on that to come. A reminder that we are recruiting for board and commission members on all of our boards and commissions. Application deadline is coming up Tuesday, May 19th, and we have the application posted on our website. And finally, I wanted to end with something just really positive. Our wonderful, wonderful emergency volunteers have been working so hard since we mobilized them across Friday, April 24th and Friday, May 1st. They gave out over 100 masks at Mercer Dale Park. And that is both, all those masks are donated and then they're given out. So it's quite an impressive operation. I just wanted to say thank you to our volunteers for getting out there and helping everyone get a mask. And that is all I have this evening. Benson, you're muted. Mayor Wong, you're on mute.
Sorry, how's that? Better?
There we go.
The public was recently sent a notice in them that we would not be in a position to include in-person public appearances in accordance with the extension of the governor's order on Friday. However, we made available the opportunity for appearances to occur by telephone or by or using Zoom teleconferencing. And for the record, at 4:30 p.m., we had nobody who signed up to make public appearances. I'm asking this, Madam City Clerk, is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor. That is correct. Council did receive one email, not requesting to speak, but rather just to comment, and that email was sent to council prior to the start of the meeting and will be included as a part of the record. Great,
thank you very much. So the next item of business is the consent calendar. The consent calendar contains the approval of accounts payable reports for April 17 and April 24, the approval of the certification of payroll dated March 27 and April 24, approval of agenda bill 5686, the 2020 Water System Improvements Project and Bid Award. Does anybody wish to pull any item off the consent calendar? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. We have
Harder than it seems to get off mute in a prompt manner.
yes, I agree with that. So it's been moved by Councilmember Gibson and seconded by Councilmember Anderall to approve the consent calendar. City Clerk, will you conduct a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Anderall. Councilmember Anderall.
The whole mute thing, aye, yes.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We now move to the first item of regular business. Agenda Bill 5684, Backflow Prevention Assembly Testing Enforcement Update. And for that discussion, welcome Policy Group Lead Allison Vancorp.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen. Give me one moment. All right. So this agenda bill is about backflow assembly testing. So probably your first question is, what is a backflow prevention assembly? It's a plumbing device, and it creates an air gap between the city water supply and private water lines. It prevents potentially contaminated water from backflowing into the city system. And it's required at what's called cross connections between the city water supply and non-potable fluids. So this includes plumbing fixtures, like sprinkler systems, swimming pools, fountains, also sometimes things inside of people's homes, water heaters or boilers, things like that. So why is this testing required on an annual basis? First of all, state law requires it. There is a required cross-connection control program for every water purveyor. And a part of this program is the backflow assembly requirement and the annual testing requirement. And the reason is it's about safety of the city water supply. If a backflow assembly fails, the city water supply is at risk of contamination. And as many people may remember, when we had the E. coli contamination event several years ago, it was suspected that one of these backflow assemblies could have been the source of that contamination. And so that is a good example of why this requirement is so important. So a little context on why we're coming here with this issue about the testing and the enforcement process today. Back in 2017, actually, I was the one who talked to you about this. We updated the code compliance regulations as a big update in CPD. And one small piece of that update was that we made the penalty for a testing violation a civil infraction. And now, with the benefit of hindsight, we're seeing that that probably wasn't a good way to go. It's been very onerous to issue these civil infractions to what ends up being a couple hundred people each summer who haven't met the testing requirement on schedule. It requires handwriting out a paper infraction. It's similar to a speeding ticket or a parking ticket. And these have to be processed and mailed by the municipal court. The municipal court has very limited staffing capacity to do this kind of work. And so it became just time consuming and burdensome for the staff that were involved. So prior to the COVID-19 emergency, we were considering a code amendment to address this issue and either eliminate these penalties or find a different mechanism. And so this situation that we're currently in with the COVID emergency has really just accelerated the need to take care of this issue. And, you know, we really want to eliminate these penalties so that people are having concerns or issues with getting the testing done aren't getting an additional financial burden during this time. So the proposed amendment would eliminate civil infractions and monetary penalties related to testing violations. However, what it would not change is that there's a water shutoff as the endpoint for enforcement. So after a series of warnings over a period of months this summer, if they have still not met the testing requirement, then water shutoff could occur in September. So this is really necessary to protect the water supply. This is the practice that we've used for many years already. It's not a change. I know it sounds, abrupt to have your water shut off, but this is really what we need to do as a water purveyor to protect the water supply for everyone. And again, there's a series of warnings to the homeowner, including a door hanger on their door before it gets to the point of shutting off the water. And this would be completely unrelated to water shutoffs around payment of the water bill. As we've said previously, the city is not shutting off water due to late payments during the COVID emergency. And so that policy would be unaffected. This is a separate issue. Now, prior to this meeting, staff heard from Mayor Wong with some proposed edits to the ordinance. We've taken those under consideration, and the city attorney has had a couple additional revisions to that amendment, and I believe we have a final draft of that available now. The city clerk may be able to pull that up, I'm not sure. But I wanted to put that out there for the consideration of the council. I think this isn't really a substantive edit. It just makes the description of the series of warnings that would happen a little bit more clear. So I also wanted to mention that the city understands that there's a number of residents that are struggling or concerned about this testing requirement currently. Majority of the backflow devices that need to be tested are located outdoors, and it should be fairly straightforward to get them tested with the current social distancing guidelines. However, there are some located indoors in people's homes, and we understand that people have concerns around a tester coming into their home to do this work right now. And we're making staff available to help troubleshoot those kind of situations. And we would urge those customers to call the call center, and we can walk through the situation with them and try to come up with a solution. In addition, if a customer is unable to cover the cost of the test right now, again, we urge them to contact the call center, and we can connect them with resources through the emergency assistance program. So the number for the call center is 206-275-7626. Okay, that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions from council.
Allison, real quick.
Council member have a question. I see, Deputy Mayor Weicker, your hand is raised.
Right. So Allison, I just wanted to ask typically how many folks are out of compliance. I think it's a handful from the June deadline into September when we start doing potential shutoffs after endless efforts of outreach,
That's
right?
correct. As I mentioned, last summer, there was somewhere between 100 and 200 people that were not in compliance around the June, July timeframe. But by September, when we really hit the endpoint of needing to have the testing done, just kind of the drop dead deadline, we were down to somewhere around five or 10 households or businesses that hadn't met the testing requirement. And so it's very, very few that ever get to that point of having the possibility of their water shut off.
Mayor Wong, may I interject real quick? I want to make sure if we're asking council to approve an amended ordinance. I know you all received it via email. I'm wondering, Deb or Allison, are you able to pull it up on your screen? This strike and delete? Or BO?
I'm hoping that I might be able to do that.
Well, let me see if I can. It's, yeah, it's saying right now I cannot share my screen.
Let me stop my share.
Just one moment and let me see if I can find that.
Okay.
Hmm?
All right,
Okay.
looks like
Okay.
BO got it. Okay. Is he talking?
I don't know.
Okay. So thank you, Mayor Wong. We should probably just hire you as our editor. We thought that your changes improved the readability of the code section, and we made some additional adjustments. Didn't change the intent of the original material draft, that was shared with you. But if you have any questions, council, about the changes, we're happy to answer those or any other questions you might have.
You know, perhaps if council hasn't had a chance to just read through this, it won't take too long. If you want to just spend a few minutes, if you can scroll that. I don't know who's controlling that. Is that Allison or is that Beal?
No, I'm controlling it.
Okay.
This is Beal. Would you like to, maybe I could make it smaller?
Okay.
Actually, I can't.
I think if you can just scroll through it just very slowly so people have a chance if they haven't had an opportunity to.
Is this better?
No, now I can't see it.
Yeah, it's too small, Beal.
Too small, okay.
I can actually
All right.
blow that up on my screen though. I can blow it up on my iPad. So for me, it's fine, but if for others it doesn't work, that's fine.
Okay, so where are you? Where do you like, what section would you like me to go to?
I think just where the redlining or the edits were made.
Okay, so, yeah.
I don't think there were that many, frankly. It's just cleaning.
So, you know, if I could explain this, the enforcement is going to go, there's going to be the initial warning where the person is going to be advised that they need to comply. Then there will be a final warning 30 days after the initial warning where the customer will be advised that if they do not comply, the water to their premises will be shut down after 30 days. And if they still don't comply, then they'll be issued a notice of violation. And with a notice of violation, the water will be shut off. So 2 warnings and followed by a notice of violation. Water shut off. No monetary penalty.
Beal, why don't you go on to the amendment to section 2? Yeah.
Right there.
Beal, do you have any commentary here?
Well, it's the same thing. It's just authorizing the city to, as part of its control plan, to issue these warnings, the initial and the final, and actually to execute the notice of violation and the termination of water due to non-compliance.
Okay. We had a number of hands raised. Councilmember Anderall, you were next.
Thank you, Mayor Wong. I had 2 questions. I don't think they're really follow-ups for each other, but they involved how many people actually in the past have been shut off on a kind of an annual basis, and also how many. Do we have insight into how many of these backflow protectors fail? Or does the tester just work with the resident to get a compliance system?
I can answer the first question, and if Jason Kittner's on here, he might be able to speak to the second question. So typically, at least in the last few years where I've been tracking this, the water shutoff has only happened on a small handful of households or locations, usually somewhere around 5, 4. It's been a relatively small number.
And I, thanks, Allison. And I thought, as a follow-up to that, I thought I had heard that those were mostly kind of vacant residences or people who were like living out of country or not really occupied, where we have a risk that no water could cause some sort of a, you know, lack of essential services crisis for a resident there. Is that accurate?
I think that is accurate. The biggest challenges around getting compliance are typically when you've got a landlord or someone that's not living in the residence that's responsible for the testing. Also for businesses, a lot of times there's some kind of offsite ownership or management, and it can be hard to, you know, contact the right individual to make the testing happen. And so that's part of what happens during this process through the spring and summer, where the cross connection control staff are working to get the word out to all those people. You know, if you're working with a regular homeowner, this is an annual requirement, and so they get used to that, and they hire a testing company that has them on their schedule, and they come back every year. But in situations where it's not a consistent person that takes care of this issue, or there's not someone living at the residence who's responsible for it, that's where you have the most trouble with getting compliance. And on the failure rate for the devices, I'm hoping Jason can speak to that.
Yeah, good evening, Council. Jason Kinner, Public Works Director. I don't have the exact stats in terms of the number of failed devices. I can tell you that each year, if you're a resident and have a device that's tested and it fails, it must be repaired or replaced and pass the test before it's considered in compliance. And so if your device does fail, people tend to fix them or replace them and come into compliance. I will say one other piece to add to Allison's comment is there's over 5,000 hazards across the city, ranging approximately 3,000 sites. So it does average about 5 to 10 sites per year that actually have water terminated. So it's a really small number in the grand scheme of things.
Okay. Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, thank you very much.
The next person I have is Councilmember Jacobson.
Yes, from what you just said, Jason, my understanding would be that there are about 5,000 plus minus backflow assemblies to be tested. Is that, did I understand that correctly?
Correct.
And do the people who own them get notices to get it done? I think I've gotten one, and I'm, you know, but I would assume that whoever is listed as the property owner gets the notice, right?
Correct. There's ample notification that goes out, both via snail mail letters as well as through our city publications throughout the course of the year leading up to the compliance.
Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, a couple quick things. One, just reading the document, I'm a little puzzled by what appears to be redundancy between Section 1 and Section 2. Section 2 says enforcement, but Section 1 has all the enforcement stuff in it as well. What's the purpose of that?
The first section relates to certification of new devices, and the second section relates to the annual testing.
Okay, thank you.
It's relatively redundant, but it's two separate processes.
Second question, recognizing that it's a bit of a hassle to do all the fines for a $50 fine, and also recognizing that this might not be the year to be chasing down fines for people. In general, have you thought about keeping the fine for years after 2020, but making it larger? And given how important clean water is to us all, maybe we should have a $250 fine.
Yeah, I think that's something we should look at after this year. We can see, you know, how did the compliance process work with no fines compared to what we've seen in prior years, and use that information to advise how we move forward in 2021 and beyond.
Okay, well, I'll just plant that bee in your bonnet I'd like to see that come up before the council again next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
I just had a clarifying question. Is this for a home or occupants? I'm trying to envision a scenario where someone doesn't get the testing done, you know, in the middle of selling their home, and then the new people move in and the water's turned off. Is there any ability to, is something notified in terms of any closing requirements, or is it such an edge case that we probably don't have to worry about it?
You're breaking up there just a little bit. So you're asking if there's any requirements around closing on a new the sale of a property related to this.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, if you had a case where the previous homeowners didn't get the testing done in that year, never notified the new homeowners move in, there's no water, and this is why. Is that just such an edge case we shouldn't have to worry about it, or is there any sort of way to get notification in the event of a sale or something along those lines?
Currently, we don't have any provisions to record this notice or warnings to title, and that's what you would need to put the future buyers on notice. We don't have that. We don't keep track this in as a utility lien either. So it would be a private dispute in this matter between the home seller and the home buyer if water services are terminated during the transfer of title.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe some potential homeowners to keep in mind.
Jason, do you have something?
Yeah, I'll just add one note to that. Councilmember Rosenbaum, this has happened, a similar situation has happened to this in years past. And we've just worked with the property to obviously making sure that they've got different scenarios.
Jason, you're breaking up a little bit, at least for me.
Yeah, me too.
For me too.
Let me try one more time. So we've had a similar situation like this in years past, and we've just worked one-on-one with the property owner to bring them into compliance, giving them a little extra time to come into compliance since it was a pretty rude awakening circumstance. So we try and be customer friendly where possible, within our authority to use them.
Yeah, thank you. Just curious if that had been an issue previously.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Neese?
So maybe this is a question for you, Ms. Van Gore, but I wanted to go back to when we did discuss these, and I thought it was around the time frame of residential design standards. And I think there was some discussion maybe about trying to make penalties a little bit more consistent across the board. And I can't remember if this was to be more consistent with some of the code compliance enforcement actions, or maybe you can refresh me on what we were trying to do back
part
then.
of the code compliance code update, which happened, if I'm remembering correctly, right before the residential design standards, but it was a separate amendment. And yeah, the idea was to get some consistency with our enforcement tools across different sections of the code. And these civil infractions were a tool that we hadn't really previously used in the city. It was there in some pieces of our code, but we made it available across a few different sections and added it to this utility section here related to cross connections. And since we've been using the civil infraction tool in practice, it just isn't very practical for this situation because we were needing to issue these citations to over 100 people each summer in a very short time frame. And given that they had to be handwritten, that just didn't work very well. I think the nature of how the infractions work with the handwriting and the carbon copies was not anticipated by myself or other staff when we added this to the code section. And so that's just been kind of a learning process for us over the last couple of years.
So not to get too far off the track here, but where we are keeping civil infractions around code compliance, is that going to be okay? And we're going to persist with that?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense for one-off violations. Like if our code compliance officer goes to a construction site and they don't have their tree protection fencing in place, they've already received warnings about this issue, it would give us the ability to write that ticket right on the spot. For that kind of one-off violation, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderall, you have your hand up again?
Shocking, I know. Does anybody know what the cost of the backflow testing is? Is there a kind of a benchmark that consumers experience, or does it vary widely? And
I believe it's in the range of $50. Some people have more than one device they have to test on their property. So that could add a bit more.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you, Allison. If there are no further questions and no further discussion, is there a motion to suspend the City Council rules for procedures, section 6.3, requiring a second reading of the ordinance?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Anise made the motion and seconded by Jacobson to suspend the City Council rules of procedure, section 0.3. City Clerk, will you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilmember Anderl,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Greg, you're on mute.
Councilmember Reynolds. Okay.
Give us a thumbs up.
Ted, we have confirmation. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker
Aye.
and Mayor Wong.
Aye. So the next motion is, motion for consideration is their motion to adopt ordinance number 20C-07, amending MICC section 1514.060 and MICC 15.14.080 relating to the enforcement of certification and testing of backflow prevention assemblies.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
It was moved by Councilmember Neese, seconded by Deputy Mayor Weicker to adopt ordinance number 20C-07, amending the Mercer Island Code 15.14.060 and the Mercer Island Code 15.14.080 related to the enforcement of certification and testing of backflow prevention assemblies. City Clerk, please conduct a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Anderl.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker
Aye.
and Mayor Wong.
Aye. Thank you. We are now moving to the second item on regular business. This is Agenda Bill 5688, Small Business Support Update and Port of Seattle Grant Application. The staff is recommending that the City Council receive the report and review the attached exhibits related to the Port of Seattle Economic Development Partnership Grant Program. And to make a presentation and to lead a discussion is Sarah Luvis.
Evening, everyone. Can you see me and hear me? Great. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen so you can see my presentation. Do you see a shiny blue PowerPoint in front of you? Okay, great. Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you for having me here tonight to present to you. You know, I've been really fortunate to have the opportunity to work with Council Members Jacobson and Reynolds in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce and local business owners over the past couple of months to identify ways the city can help support our small business community during this crisis. Okay, so here's my agenda for tonight. I want to go through things fairly quickly. If you've watched the live briefings over the past few weeks, you've likely heard a lot of this information regarding what we've been working on. So I'll try to get through that fast so we can spend more time discussing the Port of Seattle Economic Development Partnership Program and grant opportunity. I will say that I've built in a couple pauses for questions. So When we get to those points, I will pause, and if you all have questions, I'll stop sharing my screen to make it a little bit easier to see each other, and then we'll keep going once questions are over. But if you have anything or need anything from me, just let me know. So to start, what have we been working on? There are kind of three main focus areas that I've been putting my attention to assist the small business community during this time. The first is outreach and marketing support. The second is gaining understanding and providing education about the financial relief resources and other resources coming from the federal level, as well as the state and other regional partners. And then exploring policy and process updates that might be able to allow us to assist the business community during the crisis. So first, this is probably the item that everyone has seen the most of over the past couple of months, in part thanks to our amazing Let's Talk site that we've been able to get going. In terms of outreach to Mercer Island businesses, this is where we've been sharing all of the resources that come across our plates. We try to update it as frequently as possible, and it's been a great landing page for all of that information that I'm sure you have been inundated with as city officials, and really just an opportunity for us to help the business community digest what's out there. And, you know, Jesse mentioned that there's a lot of information out about the reopening of the state, especially info related to our local businesses. So Amanda Kieberkamp and I are working on creating a section specifically about the reopening guidelines. And I'm also working with the Chamber of Commerce to message that information consistently. So you'll see more about that later this week if you check out Let's Talk. Speaking of the Chamber, I've been doing weekly check-ins with them as well as local retailers, and Craig and Jake have been on those calls as well. And that really has been an opportunity for me to get the lay of the land. As you all know, I came into this role with minimal experience, having worked with our local business community. And so it's been a great way for me to get up to speed and really identify what some of the big issues are, both currently and maybe going forward. I've also been sending out regular small business brief emails, and I think for the most part, these have been forwarded to you all as well. Just making sure that I can get out as much information as possible to business contacts, as well as connecting with the local and regional economic development field officers in this region. There are a lot of great resources coming out of organizations like the Downtown Seattle Association, Startup 425, the Washington Small Business Development Center. So we've been able to leverage a lot of those resources and get them out to our community too, so they can, again, get the lay of the land and figure out what all of these different resources and opportunities are to help them out. We've also been helping with a lot of marketing support. So you probably saw the Takeout Tuesday social media campaign. I remember at the last council meeting, I think Councilmember Rosenbaum encouraged all of you to get some takeout for dinner tonight. I'm not sure if you did that, but that's been a great way to raise awareness for the local eateries on Mercer Island. We also have worked with local retailers to push the message of shop local and spend like it matters, including running advertising in the Mercer Island Reporter, and thank you to all of you for supporting that, as well as working with local residents, Lisa Sharples and Jim Ians and the Chamber of Commerce to launch a restaurant and business specific digital guide map for the city of Mercer Island. So in terms of those pretty complicated financial relief programs, on the live briefings, I shared a fair amount of information about the two primary federal programs, the Paycheck Protection Program and the Economic Injury Disaster Loan. I've had, success stories are starting to trickle in from businesses who have received funding via those programs. For instance, local resident and business owner Suzanne Czar told me that she received the Paycheck Protection Program loan, and she was gracious enough to write an article for us for Let's Talk that provided some tips on how to approach it. So we were able to share that out last week in anticipation of the program reopening on April 27th with more funding. Same goes for the Economic Injury Disaster Loan. I've heard from, for instance, the Mercer Island Auto Spa. He was able to at least obtain the advanced grant so far through that program. So I continue to ask businesses to share this information with us, in part because it's helpful to know who's getting access to these resources right now, but also because in the long term, this data will be helpful for us in terms of advocating and supporting in the future our local business community. Another resource that's been available is the Working Washington Small Business Emergency Grant, and this is the grant program through the Governor's Office and the Department of Commerce. We had 16 Mercer Island businesses who were able to apply for this program. For King County, the program is administered through the Seattle Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce, and they instructed cities in King County to review all of the applications and make recommendations based on the funding allotments for each community. Based on our number of applications and the amount of funding that's likely available for local businesses in Mercer Island through this grant, we were instructed to recommend 6 to 11 applications. So we sent in 11 recommendations last week, and those will go to the Department of Commerce for further evaluation. There's also private grant opportunities we talked about, for instance, the Facebook grant. I haven't heard from any business community members who have applied for those opportunities, but I'm still pushing them out there as another resource. And then another big financial relief opportunity for the local business community is the We Love MI campaign. And we collaborated with the Mercer Island Community Fund, the Chamber of Commerce, and all of the other organizations and individuals who are part of that leadership team to provide input and then help launch and promote this campaign. And I wanted to give a couple of updates. So as a reminder, We Love MI supports both local businesses and local nonprofits. I've primarily focused on the local business aspect of it. Currently, there's 19 businesses participating. They've raised collectively more than $73,000 through 493 individual donations. All of that is leveraging the digital fundraising platform GoFundMe. So that is huge, especially considering the campaign's really only been live for a few weeks. There are also 22 nonprofits participating, including the YFS Foundation, the Mercer Island Schools Foundation, Youth Theater Northwest, the Boys and Girls Club, and Mercer Island Parks and Rec. It's a little bit more difficult to quantify the support that's been going to local nonprofits so far, in part because they are all using their own existing donation platforms. But I am very confident that we're able to kind of boost all of the needs for our local nonprofits and local businesses through this campaign. And there's still time to donate and promote. We'll be doing some more promotion over the next few weeks for this fundraising campaign. But it's really been a phenomenal way to galvanize the community around our local organizations. And then finally, we've put time in around policy and process support. So prior to my joining the team, the EOC team to help with small business support, we were already working on expediting off-premise endorsement requests. So this has enabled businesses like Barrels to kind of pivot pretty quickly and switch to delivery services. We also work to set up utilities payment plans, and we've heard from a variety of businesses who appreciate this effort, as well as establish food priority pickup zones in town center. And this has also been well received and maybe something that we can model for future, maybe retail pickup zones and that kind of thing. You all also participated in the discussion and approved the B&O tax payment extension, so thank you for that. And we've also done additional policy exploration with council members Jacobson and Reynolds, CPD staff, the Chamber of Commerce, and local business owners. So there may be other policy conversations that we bring to you in the next couple of months related to small business support. So I wanted to highlight a few successes and then a few challenges, of course, in doing this work. A really big success out of the gate is the improved coordination with the Chamber of Commerce. Lori Guyven at the Chamber has been a phenomenal partner in all of my work, both helping me to get educated, but then also being someone to bounce ideas off of. So it's been a really great opportunity to strengthen that relationship and move forward together and providing support to the business community. On that same note, we've been communicating more consistently with the business community during this time. So anything from one-on-one calls to the weekly emails. And I'm exploring more ways that we can reach more business owners throughout this time. And then again, too, having the ability to respond efficiently, that we can provide businesses the relief and enable them to pivot. So Barrels is a great example of that. We were able to turn around their off-premise endorsement request. I think Deb Estrada did that in maybe a matter of less than a couple of days. So we're really trying to respond as quickly as possible within the resources and processes that we have. In terms of challenges, the city obviously has limited resources to provide direct COVID-19 relief to businesses. In many of my conversations, in the past 2 months, especially with those businesses like retail and restaurants that were hit really hard, really early on, they need financial relief, and there's only so many policies that we can put in place that will help that. Obviously, the We Love MI campaign has been a huge help for those businesses who are participating. So another short-term goal will likely be to get more businesses to participate in that campaign. Also, the idea of community awareness of services available on the island. I think I've heard a lot of businesses battling the idea that local community members don't know that they're open, they don't know how to connect with them. Or they didn't know about the business even beforehand. So there's been a lot of work we need to do around building more awareness of our local business community. And of course, the digital map created through Flexi Media and local businesses and local residents is a great start for that. Not all businesses are prepared or able to shift online or to remote services. Again, this especially hits service providers like salons, but even some of the retail that's on the island, they weren't necessarily set up to move to online. And then this idea of short-term crisis-related relief versus long-term economic impact and development needs. A lot of these conversations shift very quickly to the long-term approach and long-term policy changes or process changes that the city needs to consider. So while I'm very much focused on the immediate needs related to this crisis, I'm also a holistic, big picture thinker. So I've been compiling this information and figuring out the best way to get it to our CPT department and the city manager's office to keep the work going forward long after this crisis is over. So where does the city go from here? I outlined a couple short-term and mid-term goals or action items, I guess you could say, thinking about, where we're going next. In the short term, again, I want to connect local businesses with COVID-19 relief, including the reopening guidance and resources. So I already talked about getting more of that information up on Let's Talk and out through our channels in the chamber, and also to encourage more businesses to join and promote the We Love MI campaign. In the midterm, one of the issues I've faced is being able to just connect with businesses in general. So I really think it's important to fill gaps in the city's contact list for local businesses. I'll talk a little more about that later, as well as consistently message the importance of support local, not only shop local, but why local economic development, why local economic impact is good for community development and quality of life, and really make that message known among community members. And then conducting a local business sector needs assessment, both looking at COVID-19 impact, so some of that economic impact data that I touched on briefly related to who's received resources, how much their economic impact has been, and other things, as well as looking ahead. Can we collect information right now that may inform future economic development plans? And I will say that the Port of Seattle grant opportunity is a way to potentially address some of these midterm goals. But before I get to that, does anybody have any questions?
Yes, we have a question from Councilmember Rosenbaum, and thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah, okay, let me stop sharing. Okay.
Sarah, I just want to say thanks for all your work, and thanks to my colleagues on the council that I know have been putting a lot of effort into this as well. The question I had sort of at the near short-term to mid long-term efforts. To the extent that's possible, how much education and setup can we be doing kind of on both sides of the ledger here, both with small business owners about what the requirements might be for social distancing once more retail is able to open up inside? I've had issues with people that can't identify green lines grocery stores. Arrows apparently are tricky. But also for the public too, to kind of get people, sort of understanding what that might look like so that, when we are able to, in person go support these businesses and what to expect so that we can be safe, but also, try and help out, as much as possible in person.
Yeah, those are great questions. So in terms of at least being able to provide the information to businesses, we will definitely look to the guidelines that continue to come from the state level. We've already shared some resources, a toolkit provided by a coalition of organizations, including the Bellevue Chamber of Commerce, looking at what it means for businesses to reopen right now. And we'll, continue to disseminate that information and get it to them as quickly as possible to help them prepare. Ross Freeman, our communications manager at the city, he and I have already connected about what the public-facing aspect of that is. So how do we push out all of the messaging related to social distancing and not only social distancing, but still supporting businesses as these phases continue to open, because it's possible that community members may not feel confident in going out right away. So there might be a middle ground where we also need to work with the businesses to figure out how to navigate that to sort of sustain themselves and then get to that next point where somewhat regular operations resume. So we're definitely looking at it from both the business aspect, working with the chamber to push out all of that information so the businesses have the resources they need to confidently and safely reopen, but also then pushing out that public message side too.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson?
Yeah, I'm muted here. I'd like to second what my colleague David Rosenbaum has said about the excellent job that you've done to really shine light on these problems and bring information to these small businesses. And I know from having talked to a number of those businesses, they're very grateful for everything that they've gotten. I have a question. We Love Mercer Island. My understanding is that their support of businesses consists largely of helping them set up GoFundMe pages or campaigns. Is that correct, or do they donate? I've asked this question and haven't gotten an answer, and so I'm somewhat curious about it.
Yeah, so the We Love MI name is essentially an umbrella campaign for a fundraising effort that's been coordinated by the Mercer Island Community Fund. In conversations for developing the small business aspect of that, I would say they started around the same time that the city of Kirkland and the Kirkland Chamber of Commerce received that seed funding from Google, and they were launching their own grant program to small businesses. And so the Chamber, Community Fund, and some other members of the leadership team from the Community Fund got together, including me as well, to be part of the conversation to think about what the best approach would be for our small businesses. So we went back and forth around whether or not to do some sort of granting program where the Community Fund might fundraise directly for local businesses from the community. That became tricky. As you can imagine, the Community Fund is a nonprofit organization, so there are some challenges and barriers to being able to fundraise for for-profit organizations. But at the same time, we became aware of this opportunity through GoFundMe, which is, again, a digital platform for fundraising. You don't have to be a nonprofit organization. The caveat is that donations through GoFundMe aren't tax deductible to the donator.
Right.
But as within kind of the element of supporting small businesses, GoFundMe launched their own match program through their philanthropic arm. So they were encouraging local businesses to launch a GoFundMe page. And if they raised $500, they're then eligible for a $500 match from GoFundMe. So the idea was, rather than try to muddle through this idea of setting up some mechanism to grant funds to local businesses through the community fund, we could actually push them towards GoFundMe, and they can set up their own page. And then that page is linked on the We Love MI website. So you can go on the website, click small businesses in the top right-hand corner, and see all of the businesses on one page that are fundraising through GoFundMe for their businesses. And the goal was, leverage a reputable platform that already exists, which has worked out really well as get all of those businesses to that $500 mark. So then they'd be eligible for that $500 match. So it's a little complicated, but it actually works out really well for the businesses. And so many people are so well versed with platforms like GoFundMe. So it's actually worked out very well.
And if one wants to make, wants a tax deductible donation, you can simply go to the Schools Foundation or the MIYFS and do that directly.
Correct. So all of those organizations that are participating in the We Love MI campaign, their websites are also listed on the website in different categories based on what kind of service they provide. So okay. Human services and that kind of thing. And that links directly to their individual donation pages.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Anderall.
Hi, thanks. Well, I just wanted to comment that I think, it's kind of interesting and maybe a little bit ironic that one of Council's priorities in the January planning session was economic development for downtown. And in this unprecedented downturn, there's really been able to be a focus on that. So I'm not sure how that all worked out, but Sarah, I think your updates are fantastic. I know you were plucked out of Parks and Rec and told to do this. And by all reports, you're doing a great job. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Right. So thank you, Sarah, for all your great work. And I know you have a business background from school, if I'm not mistaken. So good for you for putting that to good use. I'm curious how many of the businesses you've talked to that are worried they're not going to make it, and how many kind of vacant storefronts you anticipate later this summer into the fall. Like I'm hearing different anecdotes, but I don't have a sense of kind of our town center or south end, and kind of what's your kind of sense of what's happening to our small business community. And I know we've done well for the last 2 months. We're looking another month ahead. And I'm hearing data kind of at a higher level too, that this isn't, not everyone's going to make it. So what are we looking at here on Mercer Island?
I will say I don't have any concrete specifics or data for you on that. It's something that I'm hoping to explore more in depth over the next few weeks. But I think, anecdotally, in conversations with the Chamber of Commerce and the local business community, obviously the ones who are hit the hardest are our local retailers and eateries. And, the city of Mercer Island really doesn't have a ton of retailers. So even the loss of one retail would be, in my eyes, a major detriment to the community and the town center development. So really focusing right now on helping those businesses get the resources they need to weather the storm the next couple of months. We are also, through this Port of Seattle grant opportunity, there's also a chance that we can, prop those efforts up more through outreach and marketing and some other things that may inspire confidence in community members to engage with businesses in kind of that interim middle ground that I mentioned. Yeah, no concrete numbers for you, but it's definitely something that I'm listening for and keeping my ear to the ground.
Thank you.
Sarah, I have a question. I know that you've been working quite closely with the Chamber, but also I'm aware that, there's obviously a lot of small businesses that are not members of the Chamber. So what efforts, are there separate efforts that you're making to reach out to those non-Chamber members? And if so, what are they? And how's that going?
Yeah, so I would say that Lori Guyven and I at the Chamber and the Chamber Board have really tried to, coordinate our efforts to make sure we aren't duplicating them. So I'm relying pretty heavily on Lori to message to her chamber members, and then I am focusing on those non-chamber businesses. So right now, I would say most of my contact list is retail, focused on town center organizations. I know that there are a lot of sole proprietors, businesses run out of homes on the island, you know, all of these different professional service providers who I frankly haven't had a chance to connect with because I don't have the best database of contact information for them. So that's also why, you know, if I send anyone a message, I always ask that they forward it on, invite people to these calls. A couple community members and local business owners have been really great in inviting more voices to the table every week. So that's been a huge help. But actually building out, filling the gaps in that contact list is one of, as not exciting as it sounds, it's one of the key points of the Port of Seattle work, because we can't connect with the local business community if we don't have their information.
Great, thank you. I know we have a few more hands before you go to your next part of your presentation. Councilmember Reynolds.
Hi, thank you. Start off with just, as Jake said, praise for Sarah. She's done a fantastic job. It's been a pleasure to get a chance to work with her here. A couple of comments I wanted to make. One, somebody, I can't recall if it was Councilmember Anderl or Weicker, asked about how many businesses are concerned about their ability to make it. I think the answer is all of them. Is everything we're hearing so far. I watched part of a video presentation yesterday from, I believe it was Boston Consulting Group, that spoke to the Bellevue Chamber of Commerce. And they presented some survey data that showed pretty conclusively that customer behavior is going to change dramatically as a result of COVID-19 long after the epidemic is over. And it's going to take a long, long time for these businesses to bring those customers back, either restaurants or retailers or what have you. We have a long road and a tough battle ahead of us. Another thing I wanted to make is the point I wanted to make is that I think the connections that Sarah's building to help build a mail list for the cities, for businesses is tremendously important. That's perhaps the most important single thing to come up there. So we have a way to find out what's bugging businesses about things the city is doing and find a way to make a more business-friendly environment. But then I have one question, then I'll shut up. Sarah, on the We Love MI page, I noticed that Mercer Island Parks and Rec was listed there. That had never sunk in before for me that they were there. So I guess two questions. One, are they the only city entity that is there? And two, are they getting any money?
So, you know, I guess Youth and Family Services Foundation is maybe a hybrid city entity, supports a city entity. Parks and Rec, so my colleague Diane Mortensen, she is the one who managed that element. She was in contact with actually setting up the page. I know that we've gotten a few donations. I haven't checked on it recently through her. But yeah, I mean, there are organizations like MI Parks and Rec and other community-driven organizations that definitely could use this support.
And do we have a process set up for kind of accepting that money and keeping it allocated to Parks and Rec as opposed to just dropping into the general fund black hole?
So our donation acceptance are set up through PayPal. I'm not super closely familiar with the mechanisms of transferring it over to the general fund or the Parks and Rec budget, but I imagine someone else who's more versed in that would know.
Hi there. I'll just chime in really quick. Historically, most of our donations have actually gone either to a dedicated purpose, you know, we were raising money for something, or to scholarships. And so I think what we'll do is evaluate the donations that come in. If it's a high enough amount, it really should come back to the city council to be discussed as part of an operating go-forward plan for the recreation department. But in the past, mainly the funds have gone to scholarships.
Okay, thank you. We have another question from Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, thanks. Sarah, I know this is part of the grant application, so if you want to get into this a little bit more later, but in terms of reaching businesses, Is this that we have a lot of known unknowns or unknown knowns, in the sense that we know businesses exist, we just can't get a hold of the right people, or we just don't have a great universe of businesses that exist? Or is it kind of a mix of both? I'm just trying to, just trying to think of how we can kind of fill in the gaps going down the line here.
Yeah, it's a great question. So we have the known. We know what businesses are out there based on our business registration, the list we have of licensed businesses on the island. Some of those are businesses who do business on the island, like a contractor who has to get a Mercer Island business license to do maintenance in the park or something like that. But it's pretty easy to filter that out. We have phone numbers for these businesses as well as mailing addresses. What we don't have are email addresses, because our business licensing goes through the state of Washington system now, and the state is not required to send us email address contact information. So it is possible to call the 1,000+ businesses that are registered on the island. It is possible to mail information to them, which is something we could consider for the Port of Seattle grant opportunity. But, kind of those quick communications that we've really relied on right now, since things are changing so quickly, or have been changing so quickly during the crisis, it hasn't been as easy to get in contact with them.
So Sarah, that might be a great segue to your next presentation, or at least presentation about the Port of Seattle grant. So proceed.
Great, I'm going to share my screen again. Good?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so again, in addition to providing ongoing communication and technical assistance, staff have sought other ways that we can strengthen efforts to support the local business community. And I have to thank Kirsten Taylor for sharing this opportunity with me and really getting the ball rolling, reaching out to the Port of Seattle Economic Development Manager to make sure that we could apply for this grant still, as the deadline had lapsed. It was at the end of February, and also direct the funds toward COVID-19 relief. So I'm going to provide an overview of the grant program and our 2020 project proposal. More information about both the grant program itself and our proposal were included in your agenda packet. So just for reference, the grant guidelines are included as Exhibit 1, which I believe is pages 4 through 9 in the agenda bill. And then the city's grant application is Exhibit 2 right after that. So if you aren't familiar with the Port of Seattle Economic Development Partnership Program grant, that is a mouthful, it was created in 2016 as a cooperative program to help fund local economic development initiatives across King County. Obviously, the Port of Seattle has a pretty vested interest in King County communities thriving from an economic development standpoint, since the port relies on things like tourism. So it's a really great resource for communities such as Mercer Island. Since 2016, they've released $1.8 million through 58 grants to 30 cities. One important thing to note is that the city of Seattle is not eligible for this program. Mercer Island itself received $47,000 total for projects in 2017 and 2018. The most recent one you may recall as community members or council members is the wayfinding project for Town Center. In terms of kind of the overarching funding allocations and requirements, we're awarded on a per capita calculation between $5,000 and $65,000 based on city population. The program requires a 50% match of dollars and in-kind support. It's reimbursement-based funding, and the final grant reports are due to the port on November 2nd. So we have a pretty short window, but it could help support initiatives happening over the summer to get our local businesses through those. So in terms of using this as a resource for small business support during COVID-19 crisis, I really thought back to some of those issues that I addressed before. The idea of lack of communication, both consistent communication and a strong mechanism for communicating with the local business community to share resources and hear issues. Lack of community awareness of Mercer Island businesses and services you can get on the island as opposed to off. That consistent support local message, not only just the idea of buy local, but deep down what it actually means for community vitality and economic health in a city. And then a local business needs assessment, not only thinking short term right now, how they've been impacted by COVID-19, but maybe pre-COVID-19, what were some issues that they were having to be able to do business well on the island, and what do they foresee going forward. This year, based on Mercer Island's population, we're eligible for $24,470. The required match then is $12,235. And again, half of that can come from in-kind support like staff time or other in-kind, as well as half from a cash match. So the project proposal included in your agenda packet, and I'm tentatively calling this Restart MI. We'll get to the funny formatting later on for Restart, but it includes two concurrent project areas. So the first is transitioning local business communities into that stage of COVID-19 reemergence and recovery. We know that recovery will happen over many, many years, likely. Well, not many, many years. Sorry, that's a little doom and gloom, but it won't happen overnight. So how do we set the business community up to continue in these phases, as well as start collecting data for maybe future planning needs? That relates back to Councilman Randall's comment about, you know, the need for economic development and what we can get out of that from this crisis. Before I dive into the actual project proposal areas, I just wanted to highlight the individuals who helped collaborate on the proposal. So just so you know, I wasn't doing it in a vacuum. I relied on other city departments, including Community Planning and Development, Jason Kittner in Public Works, Kirsten Taylor, a lot of people who provided support, as well as Ryan Daly and Diane Mortensen in Parks and Recreation. The Port of Seattle has a phenomenal economic development manager named Joe Meyer, who administers this grant program. So he's been a phenomenal resource and reviewed our application drafts and provided great input on how best to position it with the board that ultimately reviews applications, as well as the Chamber of Commerce, the local business community, city council members, Jacobson and Reynolds, and volunteers from the Mercer Island Arts Council, including the chair, Erin Vivian. So that first element, COVID-19 reemergence and recovery, there are kind of two big pieces to this. It would enable continued outreach to local businesses to share resources and technical assistance to aid with reemergence and recovery, as well as support a community-wide support local marketing campaign to build awareness and patronage of Mercer Island businesses as we phase into that reopening. As I mentioned, these would be two concurrent projects. So, you know, depending on timeline, these would probably happen between May and October, or June and October of 2020, given the November 2nd date for final reporting to the port. Here are the high-level goals and actions. These are also included in the application. The primary goals I identified are to connect all Mercer Island businesses with resources and technical assistance to do business in the post-COVID-19 era, as well as keep local businesses top of mind with local and off-island customers and encourage local businesses and local spending. So the application includes a lot more information in the project work scope. And I believe that table is in Exhibit 2, starting on page 12 in my agenda packet. So it outlines more specifically how we would use some of these resources, but some overarching actions are to expand that support local marketing with branding and design that's locally sourced, advertising and other local press, website updates, and other content and efforts. So whatever you would imagine for kind of a community-wide branding strategy, that would likely fall into this category, as well as outreach to businesses via mail and email, website, and other methods to share those recovery resources. And then that second piece is queuing up any future planning needs. And I really relied on Evan Maxim and Allison Van Gorp to help me think through this from a perspective of what would be most useful going forward for those long-range planning efforts that may happen down the road. So again, supporting that effort to expand the city's database of local business contacts is a big thing, especially if a goal down the road is to connect with businesses to hear what they want from an economic development standpoint on the island. And then to collect information to enable future policy exploration and strategic planning related to economic and town center development. Again, big goal, high-level goals to fill gaps in the city's database and of contact and other information, as well as document business challenges pre and post COVID-19. One thing I'll say is that there will probably be some overlap for these two different project areas in terms of the outreach to local businesses. So I'm envisioning that, there would probably be some sort of mailer or survey contact that would include information or requests for information related to contacts, as well as some of these questions around challenges, general survey information. So would be able to pull double duty and tackle both these areas. And then another idea that we're exploring too in terms of collecting feedback or data for future policy or future planning efforts is to pilot maybe some temporary projects, non-permanent placemaking elements in town center, something like outdoor seating and drop-off or pickup zones outside of retail, really as a way to both facilitate some of that social distancing that we've been talking about, but also inspire some of that confidence to get community members back to town center, back to local business districts, as well as collect feedback that can inform future planning. One great element of the Port of Seattle grant opportunity is that it essentially requires you to seek partnership and collaboration in all of this work. So, I've identified a lot of collaborative partners and have already connected with many of them. Obviously, the Chamber of Commerce will be a major collaborator in this work, Mercer Island restaurants and retailers, as well as other local businesses. I mentioned the Mercer Island Arts Council volunteers, as well as local artists in the arts community, which I will touch on more in a second. And then regional partners like Greater Seattle Partners, Startup 425, the Seattle Metro Chamber, all of those who might be able to provide guidance as we embark on some of these projects. So if you were wondering about the name Restart MI and thinking, what's the art in Restart MI? I will have to say, for those of you who know me and know my background, you probably knew that I wasn't going to get out of here without trying to infuse arts and culture in some way with this work. But in truth, I have a background in creative economy development and creative placemaking, which both center on the idea that arts and culture are elements that can be infused into project work to energize them, inspire, and re-engage. This is a great opportunity to support our local arts community, which is also very strong on the island and is also part of the business community, since many of them are sole proprietors themselves and also contribute back into the local economy. And this is something small. It doesn't, arts and culture doesn't mean big projects or anything like that. It could include hiring local artists to work on the branding or the marketing design, working with us on temporary wayfinding or other didactic needs that help explain what's open and where to go. Partnering artists with local businesses to create in-person or virtual window display designs or something else that really creates an engaging element and entices local community members back to town center, whether it's in person or virtually. So none of that's set in stone. Obviously, the Arts Council, in particular, Erin Vivian, and I can't take credit for Restart MI. That was all Erin. But there's possibility, many of those volunteers are excited to participate in some way to, really revitalize our local business community and help bring them into recovery as much as anyone else is. There also might be a possibility to leverage the city's existing For Culture grant funding, which we are granted every year to put towards arts programming, usually use it for programs such as Mostly Music in the Park. But this year, there is probably a great opportunity to direct it more towards revitalization in town center and other business districts. So this estimated budget's pulled from the project application. You can see the Port of Seattle program is pretty flexible, so they don't require a lot of line by line itemizing or anything like that. And there is some fluidity with moving these project allocations around depending on what we identify as key needs. But as you can see, these two different buckets in total with the in-kind match through staff support potentially for project management, as well as a city cash match, would be a little over $36,000 to support efforts in bringing back our local business community. And then these are the areas, key areas where we anticipate expenses. So project management, I already mentioned staff time. If there's no staff capacity to do it, it may be possible to contract with the Chamber of Commerce, for example, or another consultant to help with that work as part of the grant funding. Other contractor services, so design consultants or local artists, survey consultants, and then outreach and marketing collateral, you know, a lot of that information that we would be putting out there. And my primary goal with this element too is to pump as much of this money back into the economy as possible. And that includes hiring local professionals. So there are local survey consultants, local design consultants, local artists, obviously, who we could work with on all of this work and really make sure that, you know, the money is going straight towards the Mercer Island business community. So after this slide, I have one more slide that talks about sort of the next steps for the Port of Seattle grant, but I'm happy to take questions now, and then I'll just wrap up with those really quick 3 next steps.
Sarah, I think, well, we actually have a couple of questions. So, Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Thanks. My question about the grant. So this just sort of a process question. So you put in the application for this on the 24th. Do we have an expectation as to when we might hear back? It's just a question of trying to shake it loose from the bureaucracy. I mean, is there anything we can do? Because obviously time is of the essence here. Any update or anything we can do on that end?
Yeah, so we'll probably enter into contracting by May 15th. The funding is essentially guaranteed through the Port of Seattle. And so, you know, they're, as a government agency, they're also working remotely and everything like we are right now. So they said, Joe Meyer, the economic development manager, again, put out probably about 3 weeks. So we're coming up on that towards the end of this week, beginning of next week.
Sure, if we can be helpful on that end, please let us know.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Anderall.
Thanks. This may be answered by your next slide, which I don't know what it looks like, but I guess, so is it correct that we've already submitted the grant application and been awarded the grant? And if so, do we have an estimate of, you know, how much it cost to submit the proposal, and how do we contain costs to the level that we're required to fund, to match the grant dollars?
Those are good questions. So I don't have a rough estimate of how much it took to put the proposal together, but I can definitely pull that information together this week and get it to you all through the city manager and the finance department. In terms of, you know, being awarded the funding, yes, it is essentially guaranteed funding. So all we had to do was submit the application, and now we're just waiting on the process for the contract, which will come from the port, again, hopefully at the end of this week, early next week. In terms of the costs associated with the match, I know that early on when we started exploring this opportunity, Lawan Tuttle from our finance department found some basically budget area where we could pull it from, I think it's like small government expenses or something like that. She did create a specific key code, budget code, similar to how we have a specific budget code now for all of our COVID-19 related work. There is one now for this specific grant work. And so any projects that happen, if there's any staff time associated with the project, that would then be charged to the key code so we could track it that way as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Neese.
Sarah, it's good to see you again, and thanks for the presentation. You've done a great job, and it's we've gotten accustomed to your thoroughness in these types of things, which I appreciate. I wanted to ask a little bit about the thrift shop. You know, you've learned a lot in your talking with retailers, talking with Mercer Island businesses, and it's easy for us to forget that we are probably one of the top retailers on the island with over $2 million of gross sales. Have you talked with anyone at the thrift shop about return to business and some of the new best practices and requirements and what that might look like for continued sustained operations out of there?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I just started kind of the process for that conversation yesterday. I believe Chief Holmes is working with the thrift shop to identify kind of what that process looks like. And I've offered my services to help out with that. So it's in process, no concrete kind of plans, at least from my end. I know they've been working on it for a while, but I'm definitely there to assist them because you're right, they are also a local retailer and we want to make sure that we can provide the same support.
Yeah, that would be great. Having worked with you in the past, I'd value any input that you have on that conversation. I also might ask about the farmers market. Is that a partner of yours, and how are we working with them to try and bring that back?
That's a great question. You know, I haven't worked too much with the farmers market so far in my capacity. As we're getting closer to the summer months, I think that it's pretty critical to reach out to them. And I'm not sure, maybe the city manager or someone else on the call knows if we have done any outreach or if they've reached out to us so far, but I am more than happy to facilitate those conversations and get them involved with this process potentially, but just figure out what they need to.
Okay, well, I'm sure they'd love to hear from you, and I'm sure that they would benefit from it. So I'll just leave that there and let us move on. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Councilmember Jacobson.
I too am very enlightened by your presentation. I appreciate it very much. And I want to kind of continue on from some questions that Benson and Dave asked in the last round. One of the things that seems to run through this whole area is our ability to communicate with all the businesses, and particularly the least sophisticated probably, is something that affects our ability to execute a lot of this stuff. And so one question is, has the chamber, if we sought to get whatever information the Chamber of Commerce has in the way of contacting, particularly email kinds of things? That's question one. The second question is, it seems to me, if I can recall correctly, that the times that I've held a business license personally, state business license, one had to provide one's email contact, either a website and or a personal email contact. And I wonder if through the Public Records Act, we couldn't simply request every application or every business license for anybody listing Mercer Island and then download that information ourselves. Toward that end, I know that you don't have 26 hours or 36 hours in a day. That might be something, if we had that information, we get a bunch of volunteers to crunch it and, you know, get to this summary on that database, because I think that'd be helpful in many ways, particularly if we're going to do a survey, because you can mail stuff out and there's so much garbage mail, it gets lost. And I think doing a survey is probably important if we can get to the people that we really need to hear from. not the least of which is, are you planning to go out of business? So at any rate, those are some suggestions that are not masquerading as questions. Thank you.
I will say, just to follow up, Councilmember Jacobson, I do have the contact list from the Chamber of Commerce, so that's been helpful. And I hadn't thought about maybe the public records request piece of that. But yeah, that has been the main challenge, kind of the information we're able to obtain through the state system. And I'm still trying to navigate that right now.
I'd be delighted to help you with the public records request.
Thanks, Jake.
Thanks. Sarah, you said you have about 3 more slides, is that right?
Actually, just one, and it just has 3 bullet points on it. So are we ready?
Yep.
All right. Okay, and actually one of the bullet points has already been covered thanks to questions from Council Members Rosenbaum and Anderl. So thank you. Again, next steps for this grant, awaiting the contract from Port of Seattle, which I anticipate either by the end of this week or early next week. I do have a call with them scheduled for tomorrow. And if anything else comes up from that, I'm happy to let you all know if there's a way you may be able to assist. From there, I want to form a working group, which will include some of those collaborative partners and really get started. So one element of this is, if you all are in support of moving forward with this, we didn't ask for any sort of motion or anything like that tonight, but if you all are in support of moving forward with this opportunity, that'll help us kind of expedite the process going forward.
So you were looking for like a thumbs up or something? I'm not sure if what you're asking for, Sarah.
Yeah, I think that a thumbs up should be fine. We can come back at the next council meeting on the 19th with the grant award on the consent agenda, where you could officially accept it. As long as you're sort of all thumbs up in agreement of moving forward in the process and kind of expediting that once we get the grant from the port.
Okay. We can probably go back, if you can not share your screen, I guess, have everybody, indicate their general support one way or the other. Hey, actually, there's a couple more questions. So, Dave, you just put down your...
Sorry, no, I was just going to say if we could just kind of give a thumbs up now.
Okay, I was going to do that. What about, Jake, do you have a question still? Or did you? Jake, do you have a question? Your hand is raised.
I'm pulling it down. I'm pulling my hand down.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
No, that's no worries. So all we're looking for now is just a general, are we headed in the right direction? And so I guess just a general thumbs up at this point. So I think, Sarah, I think you have that support. I would say that, the survivability and the viability of the small business on the island are dear to our hearts, and it's incredibly important to the City Council and to the island as a whole. I just really want to personally thank you for all your work so far that you've spent in this endeavor. And special thanks to all the staff members, and shout out to Council members Jacobson and Reynolds for their extra time in this work. So again, thank you so much for your time and for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you for having me tonight. It's been very rewarding working both with the council and the community on this. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a third item on the agenda is perhaps a short, I don't know how long it's going to take, but perhaps if people can hold off, maybe we'll take a break after we deal with this third item, because obviously after the third item is the main discussion item for the evening. So are we okay without a break for the next 10 minutes or so? Oh, okay. All right. I see the big thumbs up from the Deputy Mayor. So when we move to the third item on the regular business, the agenda bill 5689, City Manager's request for salary reduction. And for that discussion, we turn to City Attorney Beal Park.
Good evening, Council. This is a request that we received from City Manager Bond, asking for a temporary 10% reduction in her salary. This is given the city's current finances and to assist the city in achieving budget savings during this emergency. Her salary, as you know, is set by her employment contract, her city manager employment contract, which you approved in February. And so in order to reduce that by 10%, we need an amendment to that agreement. So we're here asking for council authorization for the mayor to negotiate and execute, so we don't have to come back to you with this, a temporary 10% salary reduction to the city manager's contract. With that, Mayor, I'll give it back to you for any questions. Mayor, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Councilmember Rosenbaum, I see that your hand is up.
Yeah, I have 2.5 comments. First is I think we're all gonna get really good at the mute function, right, as we can finally meet in person again. The second is, I just want to thank Jessie for her leadership. I'm not, sort of feels like we've lost track of how long she's been our permanent city manager. So it feels like it's been a long time, but, and also just her leadership on this issue is obviously very personal, but, Jessie's, from my, working with her, I've always felt like she's someone who leads by example. So I want to thank her for that. I know a number of us put in questions about if we could reduce our stipend as well. It sounds like that is a pretty serious challenge, just sort of given that we can't vote on our own salary. But I would sort of encourage my fellow council members to up their giving to nonprofits and small businesses on the island. I think that's something that we can all kind of set an example personally for the rest of the community as well. So I don't have any questions, those are my 2.5 comments.
Great, thank you.
And if, Mayor, if I may address
yes.
Councilmember Rosenbaum's salary reduction for the council. It's true that if in order to reduce the salary for a council, a salary commission action would be needed. And even so, the effectiveness of the reduction for the council would only start at your next term. So, there's a constitutional restriction on reducing council elected officials' salary midterm. So that's one of the roadblocks. The easiest and the simplest way for the city, there may be other ways, but the easiest and the most simplest way to achieve maybe a similar result would be for a donation, donating back to the city part of the council's salary, if that's an interest. But that would be an individual choice by each council member.
Thank you, Bill. Councilmember Andrew.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Wong. I posted a little comment about this on Nextdoor earlier today. And I've received thoughts that are consistent with both of my divergent opinions, which one is that this is a very noble action. It shows a lot of leadership, and you shouldn't be asking others to feel the pain if you're not accepting it yourself. And so for that reason, I think I'd be in favor of it. Others say the council should turn this down because we're getting more than our money's worth from City Manager Bond, even at full price. But I think the leadership example that she's setting is a great one. Everybody is having to give in some way to weather this storm. I wish we could all forfeit our salaries right now and put that back into the city coffers as well. But I agree that community giving is a way to direct those monies for the greater good. So just kudos to Jessie on this.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, a couple of things. One, I know Jessie didn't do this for the glory and doesn't want thanks, but I'm going to thank her anyway. It is a noble gesture of leadership and a very important one. I don't know anybody who deserves a pay cut less than she does, but it is probably the thing to do. And I just want to commend Councilmember Rosenbaum and Andrew and anybody else who said it I'm willing to commit to donating an equivalent portion of my share, probably to the YFS Foundation, but something equivalent. I think that's clearly the thing to do, even though we can't cut our own pay.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
I just want to thank Jessie for her leadership and all the rest of the leadership team that are going through some of the most difficult times any city has had to do. And she's asking for this, and I'm happy to honor that like I support all her other decisions. So thank you for that.
Councilmember Jacobson.
I also support, or I'm grateful for what the city manager has done here. And I think the leadership that she's exhibited, going back to her time as the interim city manager, has been extraordinary. And particularly in the willingness to take on tough issues and bite through it. In my business, I've been through having to lay people off. I know what the impact on those individuals and their families are. And it's led me to a lot of sleepless nights, and I'm sure she's had it here. And I commend her willingness to take the problems and face them head up, rather than letting the problems overtake us. So I'm extremely grateful for her performance, and I'd like that to be part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
So I've had a real tough time with this one. Jessie has shown leadership throughout the coronavirus COVID-19 outbreak, and it's been in her actions, her commitment to the long hours, the EOC operation, the staffing of the EOC, and moving people around, putting smart people, bright people, capable people in the right places. To me, this is not a sign of leadership. This is a sign of empathy. And good leaders are empathetic. And I know that 10% is not going to dig us out of this hole. I, on the surface, don't support it. I don't support it because she doesn't deserve it. And she doesn't deserve it until 100% of the city has shown that they're empathetic too. And I feel strongly that there's a place within the rest of the organization that additional cuts can be made, and that sharing in the pain of which probably half the staff have already dealt with by losing their jobs or having the positions eliminated or being furloughed to the point where they're half-time or less, that there's a lot of empathy to go around, and that we're only going to get through this together, and it's by working together that we'll get through it together. So I'll probably reluctantly support this, but I'll say that her leadership has astounded me, and I've seen it all before tonight. And this is not that. This is empathy for the rest of the staff for what this virus, this worldwide pandemic has done to the city and the city's finances, which has been horrific. And I think the rest of us on the council, we all know that. We've been largely protected from having to make any hard decisions, but we will. And in our support of Jessie, as we look at phase 3 and phase 4, whatever phases are in front of us to balance the budgets, that we're going to be here to support you in that mission.
Thank you. You know, for people who have been involved in businesses, personnel decisions are undoubtedly the hardest thing to do. And so I will certainly echo what a lot of people have said just the past few minutes, that we know that these decisions have not come lightly. They've been very stressful for the city manager and her leadership team. And for that, we're grateful, but we're also very supportive of these very difficult decisions that have been made. And so I too am thankful that Jessie took the initiative. Nobody sought this. Frankly, I think everybody around the dais would agree that she has worked incredibly hard. And so this idea of a salary cut, temporary as it is something that doesn't seem warranted. But on the other hand, as Councilmember Neese says, she has said over and over again that we're in this together, and together we'll get out of it. And so we are all sharing the pain one way or the other. And so for that, Jessie, I personally want to thank you for stepping out. And so if there's no other comments, we'll actually see one. A hand raised by Councilmember Andrew. Lisa, did you, your hand? Oh, it's down. Okay. So there's no other.
Mayor Wong, can I just,
Yes.
I'll just chime in here. First of all, I think I asked for none of this discussion to happen, so you didn't follow the rules, Mayor Wong. No, I appreciate the kind comments. The last 3 weeks have been the most difficult of my professional career by far. And what's really still causing me to lose sleep at night is we haven't closed the gap yet. And the only way I see us getting there is everyone doing their part. I think Councilmember Neese said it exactly the way it should be said. Everyone together, everyone in this city, and that means me too. And so I do not want you to hesitate at all tonight. I'm asking you absolutely to make the salary reduction. And when we're on the other side of this, whenever that is, we can revisit the topic. But I'm part of this team too, and I need to do my part as well. So thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. It does mean a lot. We have a lot of work to do. I'm still your city manager. So thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Again, you're right. I mean, we are all in this together. Every single council member is there standing with you and with all the other staff that are there. It's been very difficult for everybody. And so anyway, I'm here now to entertain a motion to authorize the mayor to negotiate next.
Hey, can I change the language slightly for your benefit, Benson?
Oh, go ahead. If you want, go ahead.
So I want to move to authorize the mayor to accept and execute an amendment to the current city manager employment agreement for a 10% temporary salary reduction through the end of 2020.
Second.
And the reason I do that, Benson, is that you're not going to negotiate with her. She's given you the 10%, and you don't want to be the mayor that had that negotiation to lose for you. And I just feel strongly that if this is her request, that we just accept and execute it.
Any discussion?
I agree.
Okay, so it has been moved by Councilmember Neese and seconded by Councilmember Jacobson to authorize the mayor to accept and execute an amendment to the current city manager employment agreement for a 10% temporary salary reduction through the end of 2020. Any discussion? In favor of the motion, say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Deb, are you in a position to take roll call?
I am, sir. I just had to pull away from my computer. Councilmember Anderall.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one final item on regular business, but it's going to be a lengthy discussion, no doubt. It is now 7:04. You want to take a 10-minute break? Is that about? Yeah. Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back at let's just say 7:15. Okay. We'll wait a few more minutes.
I'm just going to note that 10 minutes is not really enough time to eat dinner.
I gotta eat faster.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah, great. Okay.
Yep.
So we now move to the final item of regular business, Agenda Bill 5687, Financial Forecast, COVID-19 Impacts and Cost-Saving Measures, and will be led by City Manager Jesse Bond and Interim Finance Director Matt Mornick.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Wong. Give me just a moment to pull up the presentation. Okay. Okay, everyone can see the screen.
Hey, Jesse, before you begin, are there natural pauses where you want to take questions or?
Yeah, there's, it's a pretty meaty presentation, so we'll take several breaks.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, just cue me in, okay? Thanks.
No problem. All right, I will say just out of the gates, as we prepared this packet material, we may have attempted to do a few too many things at once. And so we'll be more mindful of that going forward. I think it's just a reflection of the volume of work and what's happening right now in our world. So for tonight, we want to update you on the YFS fund projections, also the general fund projections, talk a little bit about what you can expect in regards to employment costs, and then spend a little bit of time towards the end of the presentation on the emergency response, the costs to date, and what we're anticipating going forward. And finally, we have some staff recommendations and a brief summary of future work. I will mention, because I've said this a couple times to you individually and probably in an email, one of the things we're working towards is at the end of 2020, I want to make sure your financial report accurately reflects how the city resources were used in 2020. And it's already proven to be a year with more movement, if you can believe that, than 2019. So we won't be tackling this tonight. I just want you to know it's being worked on. It's really work we need to do behind the scenes, but I'm mindful of how important it is to be able to do that. So a couple things for you, council, and the community. There have been some updates since the agenda bill was released on Friday, and some additional changes also since my memo was released April 29th. Our allocation request for the contingency fund has also changed. So this, unfortunately or fortunately, is just the nature of the situation. Really, change is happening so fast, and we're working to respond as quickly as we can and update our analysis. So thank you for your patience as things are moving and changing pretty rapidly. As Matt and I are speaking, and by the way, Matt Mornick and I will be going back and forth through this presentation. We'll be highlighting the items that are different than what was in your packet. So this is just a reminder. I know we've had a couple inquiries. Why does the city manager make decisions on personnel? I think I put this slide in just as a reminder to our community. We are a city manager form of government. So I am hired to serve as your chief executive officer. I execute your budget, and I also have the authority and the duty to make sure we're spending within budget limits. You, council, you set the policy, which includes the budget. And of course, you take legislative action on policies related to personnel matters, salary ranges, benefits, and things like that. So we're gonna start actually with the YFS fund and updated forecast. And Matt will jump in here. Matt?
Good evening, council. It's been about a month since I last presented to you regarding the city's finances. And we have really focused this past 4 weeks on getting a precise forecast of the Youth and Family Services Fund and the General Fund. The associated agenda bill that we presented, that was published with the packet, provided a degree of detail that I'm not going to go into this evening. So I'm going to try to stay pretty high level and move through some of the key points that staff has been focused on while we've been working through phase 1 and phase 2 decisions to address the budget deficits in both funds, and with an eye towards what lays ahead to close the budget deficits after tonight. And so starting with the Youth and Family Services Fund, we have as a slide notes, a $1.3 million deficit that we're forecasting through the end of 2020. Next slide, please. And so this is primarily due to the closure of the thrift shop. Youth and Family Services are entirely, well, not entirely, but 65% of their budget is dependent upon thrift shop revenues. And when the thrift shop closed in March, we saw a significant utter stop in their revenue stream. And so for the forecast, staff assumed April, May, and June that the thrift shop would remain closed. And then come July 1st, would presume 50% of staffing levels between July through the end of the year. And so that $1.1 million figure in the first row reflects the revenue shortfall for the thrift shop at year end. The second row, charges for services, are fees that the city, the YFS fund, receives for family counseling services, the Voice SVP program, as well as the school district support for the counseling program. The assumptions within the forecast account for a $220,000 drop in the revenues that we were expecting to see for services provided by YFS in 2020. And that's the resulting $1.3 million shortfall that you see on this slide. Next slide, please. And so understanding the severity of the forecast and the impacts of COVID-19 on the city's ability to provide youth and family services was the first step to then turn our attention to understanding what cost-saving measures we could put in place to address the revenue shortfall. And with that, I'll hand the next slide over to Jesse.
Thank you. A lot of this information was in the memo I sent to the council on April 29th, so I won't go through it in detail, but I did want to offer some additional information on how decisions were made. So again, we're currently projecting a $1.3 million revenue shortfall. Within the YFS fund, personnel costs make up 76% of that fund. And so as we began to look at how to achieve cost-saving measures, it really, nearly all of it had to come from personnel reductions. I will tell you, council, there was no easy decision here. There was no desirable decision. These were all really difficult decisions to make. Ultimately, one of my goals was to preserve as many of the direct services and programs as we could. And to balance that, I did make the decision to make a fairly deep cut in administration. That being said, we still had to cut services across the board in YFS, but perhaps not as deeply because of the administrative cuts. I do want to mention the YFS Foundation. My thanks to them. They have pledged to assist with the 2020 shortfall and also committed to working with us on 2021, 22, and stabilizing funding for YFS. So we'll talk more about that in just a moment. In phase one, again, going back to mid-March, which actually seems like years ago, when the thrift store closed, we moved ahead with immediate reductions, layoffs. So we had contract staff that worked at the thrift shop. We also laid off a YFS employee, donor development officer, casual labor, and work study staff. So that first round of reductions, we're projecting about $450,000 in savings through 2020 year end. As we moved on to the next phase, we had to look at YFS staff. And ultimately, what I elected to do was to place several employees on what's called 90-day standby. And it is a layoff for 90 days with the ability to recall the positions. And the reason I did this is I just felt that we needed a little more time. I really was in a position where we had to immediately draw down the expenses because our revenue streams were, cut off. They literally went to zero overnight, but still allow time for a service level and budget discussion with the city council, especially since the YFS Foundation had reached out and said, hey, we'd like to help with 2020. In addition to the 90-day standby layoffs, we furloughed a number of staff. And I recognize in the industry, furlough means different things to different people. So, and the way we use it is just strictly a reduction in hours. So we had a number of staff furloughed, about 8 hours a week, and then some of them ranging all the way to 20 hours a week. What I will tell you is I mentioned earlier, all services were impacted. Again, we tried to prioritize retaining as many mental health counselors at the school as I possibly could. We have one community counselor still working out of, I should say virtually, normally would have been working out of Luther Burbank. We still have emergency assistant staff person working, and we have 2 staff combining half FTEs to continue to provide care for our senior community. We have 2 managers that are still working, and they were reduced to 32 hours a week, so we've retooled the department in sort of an interim capacity. I should also mention Chief Ed Holmes has stepped in to be the interim director, if you will, for YFS. Chief Holmes, he has a very interesting background if you don't know him very well. He was a former counselor, and previously he also supervised YFS, so it was natural to bring him back in to help. He also has a team of staff that are able to support him so that he can be working in both police and YFS for a short term. So the phase 2 reductions that I just described fairly quickly, the 90-day standby layoffs over the 90-day period net us about $115,000 in savings. If the layoffs were extended through the year end, the savings would be closer to $300,000. The furloughs I just described result in $150,000 savings through year end. And I should say these numbers have been slightly updated since my memo was released last week.
So the resulting cuts that Jesse mentioned, or reductions that we saw in phase 2, the 90-day standby, the furloughing of employees, as well as this scrubbing on the expenditure side of the budget, looking for savings wherever we could find it, it amounted to $411,000. So this chart lays out what was adopted in the 2020 budget with the $3.035 million figure, and it illustrates the revenue impact of $1.3 million, the deficit in the YFS fund. Phase 1 and phase 2 cost saving measures are reflected with the $450,000 and $411,000 of savings, which leaves us with a $633,000 budget gap to address. Once you factor in the 27th payroll, we're faced with a $693,000 budget deficit within the YFS fund. That's what staff is projecting. The $174,000 figure is the cost to reactivate the thrift shop at 50% of staffing levels starting on July 1st. The return on that is roughly, staff is estimating about $600,000 of revenue through year end as a result of spending that $174,000. Next slide. And so after phase 1 and 2, this is the deficit that remains within the YFS fund. This might be a good point to pause if there are any questions.
Sure.
Let me just check. We have a question from Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, Matt, on the a few slides ago when you had the donation projection, that number hadn't appeared to have changed from the original budget. Is that a static figure, or is that based on some projections that we have based on current donations?
Which number are you referring to?
It was under donations. I think it was a 450,000. Yeah, sorry, the 354 number there. Is that actually forecast been updated, or is that
no,
a static figure from earlier in the year?
That is an up-to-date figure that we have with current information and what the city has included in the forecast.
Councilmember Rosenbaum, this is the annual donation from the Youth and Family Services Foundation.
Okay.
And I should say, we reached out to them, I don't know, the weeks are lost, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, and asked, typically they make their contribution at the end of the quarter. We asked if they could change that and begin making their payments to us at the beginning of the quarter, because we were concerned about the balance in the YFS fund. And I have to say, immediately they said yes, and they made the next quarter payment. So we're collecting money and then expending it. So I just have to say they have been fantastic to work with, and super nimble with all of the requests and asks that we've had. So
Actually, I have one question. Matt, on the assumptions you've made on the thrift shop, I know they seem to have been made probably before the governor's 4 phases. Do you know do they coincide with those 4 phases? I mean, the projected opening?
Mayor Wong, I think what I'd like to do is, why don't I finish the next two sections of slides, because I'll pick up that question, and then I think it'll bring everything together for the YFS fund. Do you mind if I go ahead and finish those slides, and we'll come back?
That's fine. That's fine. Thanks.
I wanted to talk a little bit about what the thrift store reopening analysis looks like. Again, Matt already mentioned that our current forecast assumes that the thrift store will reopen by July and meet 50% of its budgeted monthly revenue goals from July through December. We've done quite a bit of work with Suzanne Fallon, our thrift store manager, and she's been penciling it out. She feels okay with these budget goals. So the thrift store is actually in phase 2 of the governor's Safe Start plan. And phase 2 is 3 weeks from now at the earliest. So here. The other thing I should mention is the Goodwill Industries and some other larger thrift companies are actually working and still processing donations under an essential business exception that allows for some manufacturing. So we have discussed whether or not we might want to try to resume donations ahead of the thrift store reopening. But before I go there are some things that you should know. Before we can reopen, as you heard me talking about in the city manager's report, you've heard from Governor Inslee, we have to prepare a program, right? We have to have rules in place to ensure that we're operating safely under the new terms of the pandemic. So there's a number of things that we have to work on. We have to revisit our operating hours. We have to think through how we manage shoppers in the thrift store. We have to figure out how to clean and disinfect a thrift store regularly. Certainly procedures for safe handling of donations is top of mind. And then when all that's said and done, we also have to have a comprehensive safety plan and training for staff and volunteers. So all of that work that we have to do in planning and then in implementation will have an impact on operations. So council, what I wanted to make sure you knew is that Suzanne and Chief Holmes and others are doing this planning work now. We will be applying that to a revised operating budget, and before we reopen, coming back to you to ensure that the council supports the direction. Again, what we don't want to do is make the losses worse. I don't think that would necessarily be the case here, but we're making some assumptions about what our returns on investment can be, and we need to do more analysis. So I also remind you that there's a ramp up because we've laid off all of our staff. We will need some lead time, probably at least 4 weeks to do rehiring, maybe even a little more if I'm being realistic, and to bring our staff back on and to complete training. One more slide and then or maybe one or two here. So knowing all that, the deficit, where we're at with the thrift store, I want to mention a couple things. The formation of what we're calling the YFS Working Group. This is a group of city council members, YFS Foundation board members, and staff to get together and problem solve these issues. Really, first, and probably the higher priority, is a short-term funding strategy, including use of one-time donations. And I mentioned earlier that the YFS Foundation has pledged to help in 2020. We need to do some more work and talk about how the donation could be used, service levels. And then I think really important is using this group to start looking at long-term funding strategies to stabilize YFS funding. And our goal is continuity of services, right? We don't ever want this to happen again where we've had to cut services. So that group is getting ready to start. And I think we have Deputy Mayor Weicker, Councilmember Neese, and Councilmember Anderl serving on the working group, by memory.
That's correct.
Okay. So just to echo what I just said, and that's the last slide on the YFS fund. So we've got a working group we're putting together to look at really immediately the shortfall and prepare some recommendations on what to do to help close the remaining gap. Staff are working on thrift store operations analysis. That will come back to you. It's in my mind, a policy consideration on how the thrift store comes back online. And then I do need to mention, we are projecting that the YFS fund is going to go negative in May. We need to get the April actuals. So we will need contingency funds appropriated to deal with that balance. I don't want to throw a dart at the dartboard and tell you what it's going to be, but I'm thinking somewhere between $60,000 and $100,000, just depending on where actuals come out in April. So with that, I don't have a slide here. I did field some questions about thrift store capital investments. I'm not sure if council members wanted to talk about that, but I'm happy to do what I can to support that conversation.
I'd be interested in that.
Mayor
We
Wong,
can
I think.
talk about it now or talk about it at the end when we're looking at policy considerations and cost saving measures.
So,
it's a pleasure of the council.
Can I just mention, Mayor Wong,
Yes.
after this slide, we really turn exclusively to the general fund. So I would recommend we take a break now and talk through your YFS questions.
Okay. All right. Let me see if we have anybody with their hands raised. We have Councilmember Neese.
So I think everybody knows that I've been thinking a lot about the thrift shop and potential capital projects during this time, the coronavirus COVID-19 shutdown. I've also been kind of spending a lot of time with finance, thinking through, looking at the financial impacts of having the store closed, having it open, and then having a potential false start. And then also thinking about what it takes to retrofit the existing thrift shop and modifying current operations to fit kind of a phase 2 COVID-19 retail requirement. I know that we're going to be looking at that facility on Friday. I'll be having a tour with some of the thrift shop staff, along with the interim director and with Councilmember Jake Jacobson. And we're going to be looking at some of the structure and some of the potential capital projects that could have quick wins for not only enabling kind of a COVID-19 phase 2 reopening, but a potential increase in square footage or optimization of the space, or relocation of drop-offs, processing, pricing, and staging, so that would move over to the former recycling center and give back whatever square footage that type of space occupies, along with there's a small amount of office space and dead space in the building. So one of the things to think about was that the CIP was going to come before us, the capital improvement plan was going to come before us in May 19, and that we were expecting a REIT revenue from the sale of the former Farmers Insurance building. So there are some unbudgeted funds that would be perfect for a capital project. We do have, I think, the responsibility now more than ever to take a look at these types of projects, modifications of operations, changing in where we accept donations, and solving some of the traffic queuing and noise issues that some of the single-family residential neighbors have raised over the years, rightly so. So I wanted to make sure that the council was thinking about potential capital improvements, that we, as a finance discussion, were looking at potential funding sources, that we were looking physically at the building, and I would encourage all of you to do the same, and that we were thinking way outside the box on what we can do to accelerate this. I don't want to steal Jake's thunder, but he had an excellent idea on some potential mitigations that we could do while we did some capital improvements, and I'll let him mention those himself. But I just wanted the council to know that really I don't see how we can pass up the opportunity to do this now, because what we really have is two things in the thrift shop: a couple $1 million of annual revenue and about $1 million of expenses. We have relationships with Goodwill. We're sending a lot of goods away for others to sell or others to utilize. Those things are great. Maybe there's some optimizations that can be added into that system that would move the lever. Maybe we could move the profit margin percentage. Maybe we can increase the revenues. Certainly we could probably do both. We may be able to solve some parking issues and some other flow and logistic type issues that are around the current thrift shops in the constrained space. So I'll leave it at that, because I didn't really plan to talk a lot about the thrift shop tonight, other than to say that I think that this opportunity is in front of us. It's incumbent on us as a council to give Jessie the resources that she needs. And looking at the hole that YFS is going to have to climb out, I understand the foundation's willing to solve the funding gap for 2020, but you can see with a $354,000 donation, which was their planned commitment for 2020, we have a $600,000 hole, and that's with the revenues of bringing that partially back online, which I'm not sure that those revenue projections would pan out. But there's also the cost of standing that store back up, and if there's a false start, God forbid, that number will look a lot worse. So I'm just very cautious about reopening the thrift shop, but I'm very optimistic about small projects and investments that we could make into that space right now to set it up for success moving out of this pandemic.
Mayor Wong, may I just chime in real quick, and then I'm sure there's other council members that want to speak. I'll just remind the council, I wasn't here then, going all the way back to 2013-14, analysis was done on a thrift store remodel, and then it was dusted off again in 2018. What I'm excited about, and I want to convey my support, I think Chief Holmes is somewhere in the background here too. I do think now is the time, if we're going to do something, to certainly consider it. What I'm really excited about is, I know Councilmember Jacobson had offered to go on the tour and use some of his connections to have people look at the facility and really think through what's right for right now. So I'm not recommending we spend money or you authorize any money for me to go hire the architect. I think we rely on our very talented volunteers to do some troubleshooting and analysis. And then it sounds like an opportunity for them to come back. Chief Holmes, are you on? And I know you've had some early conversations with staff. I think they're the thrift store team. They're, supportive. Ed, hello.
Okay, am I on?
Yep, there you go.
Yes. I mean, initially when we talked about or thought about remodeling the thrift store now, the initial thought was, well, wait a minute, that doesn't necessarily make sense. We want to open that thing as soon as we can. But the more we thought about that, really, if ever you're going to close it down for a remodel, I mean, now's the time, it's already closed. And so we've talked through a number of things. I think the thrift store staff are really open and welcoming of ideas from the community and the council on how do we, I like that word, optimize. I know there are challenges when you talk about expanding. I know there's issues around parking. So we are very interested in looking at what could that look like if we did a donation drop off at the recycle center. And again, there are challenges there. And I think we just need to listen to each other and talk through those challenges and just really go into this with an open mind. But that said, staff is excited about getting this thing open, I say as soon as possible without rushing it. So we want to do this right, but we also understand the urgency because every day that store is not open, we're losing revenue. So I think seizing an opportunity, they say don't waste a good crisis. So we will take advantage of where we're at to do some, I think, some really neat, exciting things.
Thank you, Chief. I would just say that I know Councilmember Rosenbaum has a question. I'd just like to say that given that the thrift shop is one of our few revenue generating sources, we would certainly be remiss by not taking this opportunity to take a look at how we can make it more profitable. Plus, the building is rather old, and it would be another opportunity to at least think about whether or not it can be retrofitted, made it earthquake proof, and enhance the safety for the employees and volunteers that are there. So having said that, Councilmember Rosenbaum, I know you have a question.
Yeah, real quick, Chief stole my line there. I was going to say, we don't want to waste the crisis here. I'm also going to be on that tour on Friday. I'm excited about the opportunity. I think the thrift store is a great example of how the community comes together. So I'm excited about the possibilities of really trying to make that as great as it can be.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
In principle, I'm very much behind this idea, and absolutely, at a minimum, it's worth investigating. I have a couple of concerns that I want to get on the table. One is I suspect it would, I don't know, but I suspect it would take some number of months to figure out what to do and do a design and get a permit and so forth. So by the time we go about beginning construction, it might be the time when we would have been fairly reliably open anyway. So the crisis may not be quite the advantage we think it is. So we have to keep that in mind, but still worth chasing to see how fast we could move something. But I would also encourage the group that's looking at this to make sure you take a greenfield view at this and consider if a bigger thrift shop is the right idea, and I'm pretty sure it is that the location and building we want to do it in? Because it's going to be hard to expand that place and expand the parking without taking away further precious parkland and also dealing with a facility that is undoubtedly somewhat aged. So we should think about whether there are other options for a different location. I have no suggestions at the moment, but I think we should consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
I very strongly applaud Salim's taking this bull by the horns. And by the way, Salim, I've laid off the Thunder Police, so you're not stealing my thunder, or you won't be prosecuted for it. But on a more serious note, while there are certainly procedures we have to go, well, let me back up. The first step in this thing is conceptual blockbusting, which goes along with what Craig just said. Are we trying to put lipstick on a pig? That wouldn't make any sense. And maybe the upgrades we have to do, I know that sprinkler is one of them that has to be done for code reasons. I don't know about where it stands earthquake-wise or any of that stuff. So I think a lot of those questions should be asked, and I think the answers to them can become relatively clear relatively quickly. And I've enlisted my former partner in the construction business as one of those creative guys at analyzing these kinds of problems, who's going to come with us My company isn't going to do any of the work, so there's not a conflict of interest on that. There are a lot of ways of looking at these two things. I spoke with Council Member Andrew earlier this afternoon, and she said we also ought to look at the Tully's building, but that's a conversation for another time, I guess, is a possible thing. It also might be possible, or we should think about, would it be practical to relocate the thrift shop temporarily to the community center if we can't use the community center for things like weddings and some of the large group events, Rotary meetings, and this type of stuff that goes on there for a period, because the parking's good up there. The other aspect of the parking is if you eliminate all the drop-offs and you find a place for the staff to park other than that lot, will that, is that going to be a sufficient thing so that people can come in there and shop to their heart's content, and the people who want to drop stuff off can drop it off, and there's no intersection between the two of them? And I mean, that's another piece of the conceptual blockbuster. You can move projects quickly, even with rules and all the statutory kinds of things that go around this. And I have been told by a number of people in the community they'd be willing to write a check for this stuff. Now, because we don't know what the bill would be, we don't know whether their willingness to write checks would be enough to really help here. But that's going to be another source of potential financing, I think, that may soften the capital outlay that we have. I'm also planning, contacting and working with a major retailer in the area to take a look at the problem and give us some counsel. Former Mercer Island resident, and there may be some ideas coming from that area that will be helpful to us, that from a different perspective. So those are some of the things I'm doing, and I think I think we ought to exhaust all these possibilities, and if they don't turn out to be any good, we move on. If we can do some things that have more than temporary benefit to us, I think it's not to put sustenance to the one revenue generating thing that we have in the city, really is crazy. So having said, I shut up.
Thank you, Jay. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, I just want to thank this group for getting started and for Salim for re-energizing this conversation yet again. And I think it's great we can get some in-kind support and analysis to investigate it. I also want to be mindful of the budget crisis we're in and the return on investment. So I don't think lipstick on a pig is quite the equivalent of optimizing, but I want to be careful we don't scrap the thing and start over, because that'll take a lot more time. And I'd like the thrift store to be open as soon as possible, bringing that revenue in with the optimization we can do as quickly and as efficiently as possible in a way that actually solves this in the short term and hopefully in the long term. And we're going to have an engaged public that wants to see a lot of this stuff. So let's look at some scope and scale appropriately with the return on investment that I know this team can do. So thank you for taking this and getting all the volunteer support and resources we can get to figure it out.
Thank you. Jesse, can I just ask a question? It seems like there's a great deal of support or interest in pursuing this possibility, just to get more information, if nothing else, but probably more than that. I'm just curious about the time frame. There is the capital improvement program that's coming up. You have a number of things on your plate. Can you just sort of outline the time frame that you see in getting back to the council?
What I was hoping and I understood was going to happen is 3 council members, some staff, we're going to tour the facility on Friday, take a look at the recycle center. They've dusted off the old plans and really think through, again, what's right for right now. I anticipate this is a pretty motivated group. They'll probably be ready to come back for some sort of initial discussion, maybe as soon as May 19th. That is also the night that Matt and team are planning to talk, at least preliminarily, about capital budgets. So there's a nexus there. The timeline for the project, I'm not sure if you're asking about that. That's completely unknown because we don't have a scope of work right now. So I will leave it.
Actually,
yeah, I will leave it.
You're answering the question, Jesse. It's just really more of a process at this time.
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't know the scope and have to get more information regarding finances and what have you. So.
Yeah, at this point, and I appreciate you mentioning capacity, I have none right now. And so I'm thankful, Councilmember Neese, Jacobson, I understand Councilmember Rosenbaum's diving into this too. You lead, tell me what you need, tell me what you find out. Chief Holmes and Suzanne from the thrift store are engaging, and we'll go from there.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds, you have your hand up. Craig, you.
That was an old one. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Rosenbaum. No, you're taking yours down as well. Okay. Jesse, no more questions at this point, so why don't you go ahead and continue?
All right. Okay, moving on to the general fund. Matt, let me adjust the, let's see.
The general fund has been our focus for the past month, trying to understand what has happened to it, what we anticipate is going to happen through the rest of 2020, and what we can do to protect it. The current pandemic is going to have far-reaching implications. There's essentially consensus within the public finance community that we're going to see residual impacts carrying into 2022 and unlikely to see a recovery, residual impacts into 2021, and we're unlikely to see a turnaround or full recovery until 2022. And so I have learned quickly in my short tenure that this work of forecasting is unending, and it requires constant care and constant work as we get new information. And so, next slide, please. Staff at this moment in time is projecting a $4.7 million deficit to the general fund. This is a significant impact, 15% impact of the budgeted revenues for the 2020 budget. Next slide.
Matt, can you comment on why that number changed?
Yes, this is a new number, and I will compare it to the $4.3 million projection that was in the agenda bill. And using the next slide, I'll go through and explain the impact. One more, Jesse? Oh. Thank you. And so the big five revenues for the general fund are listed in the top rows. I'll just speak to properties tax. We are assuming that this is a relatively stable revenue stream, and we are projecting a 3% loss for the remainder of the year as a result of the increased likelihood of non-payments on property taxes, given the economic hardships that many people in our community and in the region are facing. We saw a 20% decrease in sales tax revenues during the Great Recession. That was a decrease that we saw over a 2-year period. We instantly saw that impact in March. And so for the remainder of the year, staff is projecting a 20% impact to sales tax through the end of May, and then essentially a 13% reduction from June 1st to the end of the year, which is resulting in the deficit that you can see in the second row of $870,000. The specific difference between the $4.3 million figure in the agenda bill and what you're seeing this evening is the increased impact that we're going to see in parks and recreation revenue. Staff estimates that the figure is going to be $1.38 million in revenue losses, and that is because staff has changed our assumption. We previously assumed that we would be able to reopen many of the recreation services that generate revenues in September. Now staff is presenting a new assumption that parks and recreation services will not open until the end of the year, into the beginning of 2021. That is the hopeful projection. So the $4.7 million figure is a result, that $372,000 increase is where we're seeing that increase in forecast.
And I'll talk in just a minute about why we changed our assumptions about the community center and when it might reopen. I don't want anybody panicking. I know it's not good news. So cost saving measures, as Matt just mentioned.
Jesse, I'm sorry, 1 second. Councilmember Reynolds has his hand up. I don't know. Craig, is it a question that?
I had an earlier question about this that Jesse attempted to answer via email, but I'm still not getting it, so I'm going to ask it here. I'm not understanding the 3% property tax revenue drop, because from what I understand, people are going to owe that money. So it seems like, yes, it's a cash flow impact, but we'll have an accrual on the income statement, I would think, for the amount that's due and not yet paid. So from at least business accounting, as I understand it, there's no impact on the revenue stream. So does city accounting work differently on that, or?
That's a good question, and I will defer to the chief accountant, the deputy finance director with the city, Lawan.
Hi, this is Lawan Tuttle, your deputy finance director. What we're anticipating is that the collections will actually be deferred. So that's represent, what happens with that is the county calls that a deferral of revenue. It's accurate to say that it's levied in the current year, and then we do anticipate eventually collecting it. But I think what we're trying to show here is the impact to the general fund is that we won't collect it in the current year or within enough time to address current year expenditures. So we want to be able to show what the impact to the bottom line would be in the general fund.
So it's clearly an impact on the cash balance of the general fund, but in terms of the way you do accounting, would that 300,000 that's missing wouldn't it be counted as an earned but not collected revenue, if you will, so that it wouldn't impact your bottom line, that deferral?
So a revenue and a receivable as opposed to a deferred revenue?
Yeah.
Yes, for the most part, but property tax acts a little bit differently. We could do that. And again, it's all just how property tax acts just a little bit different than most revenues. What we do for the uncollected portion of the current year's levy is show it as a deferral, so more as a liability, meaning that cash does not come in and we don't know when it will.
You want to take this offline, Craig, if you have further questions?
I think I'll need to, because I'm having a hard time seeing how an amount somebody owes you can be a liability.
Okay. All right. Jesse, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. Similar to the YFS fund, I just wanted to briefly walk through the general fund cost saving measures that we've implemented to date. And again, these were in the memo, so I won't go through them in too much detail. As Matt already noted, we're projecting a $4.7 million revenue shortfall. Similar to the YFS fund, personnel costs make up 73% of the general fund. So again, to really make meaningful reductions, we had to look at personnel. Reductions have occurred in 2 phases, starting in mid-May, that should say mid-March, focusing on parks and recreation and facilities in the general fund. Analysis is currently underway on the community planning and development department, municipal court, and in other areas as well. Initially, phase 1, again, this was mid-March, early April. The community center shut down. We did take action to lay off seasonal staff, casual labor, and recreation instructors. I wanted to note, it's just virtually impossible given the very different types of staff we employ to do an apples to apples comparison. So I've just tried to note here the types of positions. So for example, in park maintenance, we laid off 2 9-month seasonals and 1 6-month seasonal. I should note for parks maintenance, we do phased hiring. So we bring on a crew, I think we brought them in February, and then continue to hire over a period of, I don't know, about 4 to 8 weeks. So at the point in time we did the layoffs, we had only brought on 3 park maintenance staff. The others were not intending to hire, and they're counted in the hiring freeze category. So these initial phase 1 reductions, about $200,000 in projected savings through year end. The hiring freeze that I was actually just mentioning, we had a number of vacancies in the Parks and Rec department, so we froze all those positions. A full-time marketing coordinator, a parks foreman, that's in the parks maintenance division, contract recreation coordinator, and all the remaining parks seasonal positions. That was 8 to 9 positions. The summer camp staff positions aren't counted here. I'll show you where they actually show up. So this was projected at about $550,000 savings through year end, provided these positions remain vacant. Then unfortunately, as you know, we still had a gap to close, so we started working on phase 2 reductions. And I think I've omitted a slide here inadvertently. There were a handful of FTEs that were all laid off, mostly in the recreation and community center teams. That savings was about little over $1 million. Also, in this second bullet here, the $420,000 in savings, this is where a whole bunch of the other costs were projected between now and the end of August. So the summer programming staff, travel and training for Parks and Rec, supplies, utility costs on the building. We initially projected these savings through August, and then we actually came back just yesterday or today and revised our estimate to include additional savings through the end of the year. This $400,000 in additional savings needs to be refined, but it's a placeholder because again, we're assuming now the community center stays closed for the year. In the facilities division, again, our buildings are closed and work is being handled and managed on a limited basis through the EOC. So we did make the decision to lay off 2 FTEs on the facilities team. And again, the savings is shown there at about $146,000 through year end. There's a whole bucket of other, and what we've estimated right now is I suspended travel and training way back the first week of March. And we know that the building's being shut down, and this is in addition to what we've already estimated for the community center. So we're estimating about $50,000 in savings in travel and training and $100,000 plus for facility operations. This is one of those things where you have lots of like money in the couch cushion that you've got to go shake out. We've done a pretty high level analysis. We just need a little more time to go and specifically quantify those numbers. And then here's the other thing: we haven't gotten to really some of the smaller items within each of the department, but all of the department heads are working on additional reductions. They were told to scrape their budgets, and so we're meeting tomorrow afternoon, and there will be some value to those items that fall into that other category. Okay, Matt.
Taking into account all of the reductions or cost-saving measures that Jesse just walked through, you can see the adopted budget assumed $32 million in revenues for 2020, the $4.7 million deficit that we're forecasting through the end of the year. Once you take into account the cost-saving measures in phase 1, as well in phase 2, as well as the 27th payroll, which is a figure that was mentioned in the agenda bill and has since been revised, given that you're seeing significant changes in staffing within the organization. This number is a little bit more reflective of what we estimate would be the cost associated with the 27th pay period that will hit at the end of December of this year. We end up with a, next slide, please. A deficit within the general fund as of today of just a little bit over $2.1 million. Next slide.
Okay, I think it's worth walking through these next few slides before we take questions. So some of you might be surprised to hear me say tonight, you're assuming the community center is closed to the end of the year. And I want to tell you why. We have an opportunity to walk that back, but there's some boxes we need to check. First of all, the community center operation and outdoor athletic leagues are part of phase 3 of the governor's Safe Start plan, which is at the earliest 6 weeks from now. Facility rentals, particularly our bread and butter at the community center, which is weddings, typically larger than 50, are part of phase 4, which is projected 9 weeks from now at the earliest. So there's a lot of uncertainty about the timing for our programs and services to come back online. And this is the graphic. By the time we get to phase 4, we're assuming we can fully operate the community center. However, we know even at that time, there will be restrictions in place, probably for years, in terms of cleaning and social distancing and all that stuff. So, I'll be honest with you, council, up until a few weeks ago, where my head was as soon as we can operate, we'll operate. And then we started thinking about the community center and the programs, and it's a subsidized operation. I don't have the exact numbers, but there's a scenario where we reopen and we actually dig our financial hole deeper by not being able to achieve our cost recovery goals that we set in our budget. I think Councilmember Neese brought this up related to the thrift store, but it's also relevant here. There could be a false start. So we could get going, and again, we just don't know. If there's a resurgence of the virus and everything shuts down again, we've onboarded staff. And so what I'm proposing right now is we need to spend time. We don't have the capacity in May to really dig into the community center and recreation analysis. We need to focus on park maintenance. But in the month of June, our EOC and our leadership teams will start to look at a reopening analysis. It's the same thing for the thrift store. We've got to look at operating hours, services, programs. We've got to figure out how we would manage participants. We've got to clean and disinfect. And then we have to keep our staff and volunteers safe and trained. So at that point, if we think we've got something that will not dig our financial hole deeper, or either way, we'll probably come back to the council with, a range of scenarios. I'm thinking end of June, early July. Again, the conversation about bringing services back online is a policy decision, right? The staff are laid off, so you would have to authorize restoration of funding to resume services. But man, we got a lot of work to do before we're in a position to really make those informed decisions. And again, I'm sensitive, we don't want to make our financial problem worse. I realize, and it hurts me to even be saying this, the community center is a beloved facility. So we have work to do to really thoughtfully think about how we go forward. I also want to talk a little bit about park maintenance.
Jesse, is it possible to have some questions? We have some council members that have raised their hands before you go to park maintenance.
Sure.
Councilmember Anderall.
I'm mute.
Lisa, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm on mute. I think Jesse's largely answered my questions about, why couldn't we assume in August 1st, business is normal. So that's fine. That's great. I think being prudent as opposed to aggressive on this is probably the right way to go.
I should mention, just anecdotally, we do really well over the summers with summer camps. And as we've been talking with our peer cities and even nationally, summer camps that can operate, we technically can't yet until you get out to a future phase. They're dropping their staff ratios. And our summer camps cost cover. In fact, we make a little bit of money on it. So just the back of the napkin math shows that operating our summer camps, and I'm sorry to say this because it's not a total financial thing, we could actually lose money. So that is taking us in the wrong direction, which is, and I'm not saying we won't reopen, I'm just saying we need to do some more work. And I think council, you need to insist that we bring that work back so you can see the budget and the suite of programs that we would pull together. It's unfortunate we're here, but I really want to work smart and thoughtfully and not create more problems. We've already got a big financial problem.
Councilmember Neese.
Jesse, you had said that there's going to be a meeting in the coming days about scraping the budget and looking for savings. I wanted to have a quick discussion about the sinking funds. And so maybe not everybody in the council knows what they are, but a sinking fund for, let's say, a vehicle is to commit funds from the general fund every month to replace that vehicle at the end of its life while the current vehicle is in service. So even if you buy a brand new, service truck right now, the general fund is paying next month, you know, however many years that is divided by 12, it's 10-year life to replace that service truck. What we know in these times with the cuts that we've had and not even knowing what kind of city we're going to have coming out of it, maybe we should consider as a council suspending any sinking that's not staff related for a period of through the end of the year, which would free up. I mean, I'm looking at the 18 and 19 fleet and IT internal charges, expenditures against the general fund. They were 1.47 more million in 18, 1.67 million in 19. I would think there's $1 million of savings to just stop sinking for vehicles and IT non-salaries through the end of the year, and then adding 9 months to the life of everything in the fleet. And then when we have staff and we have time, we have better projections and we're pulling out of this, we make some assessments about what the fleet really needs to be and we true that up. I'm confident that the 9-month life extension will be eaten up by the shrinking of the fleet anyway. So no equipment is going to end up costing us more in maintenance because we will end up shrinking the size of the sinking fund and recalibrating the fleet for a smaller city. But I think that that is a good way to get you maybe 20% of the savings through your $5 million deficit, if that hasn't been considered already. But I would support that.
Great point. We hadn't started working on that. I wasn't here during the Great Recession, but I understand we made some changes to the fleet fund during that period of time. So I will put it on our list, Councilmember Bernice. We'll work on it and we will get back to you on that. I think it's a great idea. And
yeah, because I don't think anybody values a better conditioned vehicle over sustaining a service or keeping an employee.
Absolutely. I liked what you said, by the way, freezing the sinking.
All right, thanks. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. Jesse, I was just curious from the Parks and Rec perspective, in terms of facility rentals, do we have a sense as to how much of this has already been canceled or how many cancellations are still coming in? I've just noticed on our reports, we're paying out a lot of refunds.
Yeah.
Good sense as to how much more. Obviously, we don't, you know, if there's something rented in December, it's sort of unclear to us what that looks like now. But
I think Ryan Daly's somewhere in the background. It's been a little bit of a crazy making situation because initially when the pandemic started, like we had weddings planned in March, April, May. So they all got canceled and we were trying to reschedule. And now there's so much uncertainty about when a group over 50 will ever, you know, in the next year be able to meet. So now we're seeing just a lot more cancellation requests. Ryan, I see you popped in there. Did you want to say anything else on that?
Yeah, good evening, Council. I would just say that the following July is now full. So we rebooked most of these rentals into the future. I will say that a lot of brides and grooms are holding out hope that at some point in July or August, we would be able to meet these. We're in constant contact with them right now. Currently, we've canceled all rentals up through May 31st. So we're, as much as we're trying to hold on to the rentals, so are those parties. So there's a lot of want to work together in that.
Thanks, Ryan.
Last question this round right now is Councilmember Reynolds.
Just one small thing. From what I understand, the school district is not responsible for operating the swimming pool, but we make contributions towards it. Has that been closed yet? And are we still going to be on the hook for paying for all of it, for sure?
We are on the hook. Luan, we've either made a partial payment.
Hi, yeah, we pay it monthly. So the annual commitment is paid over 12 installments. So we're current on that.
And is the pool still open? Have they announced any plans to shut it, or what's its status?
The pool is closed per the governor's order.
Okay. One would think there'd be some cost savings associated with that closure. I hope we can investigate getting a clawback on some of that contribution.
That's a good segue to one of my future slides.
Okay, good. And then the next question I have pertains to what's coming. I just want to make sure you address with what is no doubt deferred park maintenance, I'd like to get your thoughts on, are we gonna have massive overtime payments in the spring from getting it back in shape if we in fact are trying to do so then?
Sure. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Jesse, why don't you go ahead with your presentation?
Okay. Oh, let's see here.
You're starting on parks.
There we go. So park maintenance, similar conversation. I mentioned earlier in my city manager's report that landscape maintenance is in phase 1, so technically allowed to resume today. We understand there's some additional rulemaking coming on how we do landscaping safely. We're probably already following the protocols. We don't have anybody working in close proximity, for example. So, and I'll show you in just a minute, outdoor recreation activities are anticipated to resume over all 3 phases of the governor's Safe Start plan. And again, each phase is at about 3 weeks. So we're in landscape maintenance right now and some limited outdoor recreation. We don't have a golf course, but golf courses are open, state parks reopened. By phase 2, outdoor recreation involving 5 or fewer people can gather. So at this time, technically our beaches are open, things like that. By phase 3, it's outdoor sports. It's still a gathering of 50 or fewer people, but conceivably, Little League can play, soccer teams can play. And then by phase 4, we're resuming all recreation activity with some restrictions in place. So I need to be honest with you here. We are gearing up to resume landscaping. We will try to catch up on the backlog, but we will not be able to. We laid off all of our seasonal maintenance workers, and that means we're going to need to be planning for a modified or lower maintenance service levels. I've had a number of people reach out and say, hey, can we go volunteer and do work parties? And the answer is maybe. We have to bargain our use of volunteers for maintenance activities with our union. And that's the same for right-of-way maintenance and other things. Again, we have extra layers of protocol on us, so cleaning and disinfecting public restrooms. And I just want to remind you that in this place of where we're staying home, as soon as the parks reopen, they just get a ton of pressure. So before we closed the parking lots, we were dealing with garbage cans, overloaded. So we've really got some work to do here on how, assuming no influx of additional resources to rehire staff. And again, we laid off our seasonal maintenance staff due to budget issues in the middle of growing season, right? We bring on our seasonal workers to work in the spring and summer. So we've got a really big gap here. And I just want to remind you too, because we've had a number of layoffs in the Parks and Rec department, that park maintenance is now housed in kind of 2 places. It's the team is reporting to Public Works, but the EOC team is helping to manage all of our maintenance activities right now. One more slide here. So again, in the month of June, in May, we're really going to be working through the governor's order and just trying to get our teams going again safely. As we look to June, we'll be resuming landscape maintenance activities tied to phase 2 and phase 3. And again, anticipating higher volumes. Service levels are going to continue to be impacted. And by the time we get to June, early July, if we're going to restore services, again, I would anticipate coming back to the council to have that policy discussion. So let me do one more slide and then I'll pause on park maintenance. So general fund steps forward. Where do we go from here? Councilmember Neese just put one good idea on the table. Thank you for that. We are forming a working group with the school board because many of the impacts I just described, the school counselors, the landscaping at shared facilities, the pool, it impacts both entities. So I believe it's Mayor Wong and Councilmember Rosenbaum, 2 members of the school board and staff will be working together. Really, again, same scenario as for YFS, looking at short-term strategies. We are down a lot of staff right now, and let's say hypothetically sports can resume in the fall. I'm not sure how we can fulfill our level of service agreement per the interlocal with the school district. So we need to talk about that. We just don't have the staff. And then I think certainly it's time to revisit the long-term funding partnership on all of our shared programs, including shared maintenance. And I should say this too, the school district is a great partner of ours. There's many things that we do cooperatively. So it seems like in this moment in time, it's good to get us around the table to talk strategically about all these issues. I know the school district is facing a number of challenges themselves. So I think what I'll do is stop there and we can focus on Parks and Rec, and then Matt and I have slides going more back to the general fund.
We have a question from Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, real quick, Jesse, one suggestion I'd make, as those sort of maintenance priorities are established, just to be clear in communications with the community about that, I've gotten a few questions about sort of, what's going to be the first thing to get fixed kind of thing. I just think it'd be really good to give some clarity to people so that they know what to expect in the coming months.
Yeah, our EOC team was working on, road mapping some of that today. Basically, if we have facilities that are not safe, we occasionally have damages and repairs. That always takes the highest priority. And then, we're focusing on low-hanging fruit, like knocking down the grass right now. Some of the finer details, like edging and weed eating, are not going to happen anytime soon. I hope to get to some of the flower beds.
Okay.
I don't see any other hand. Oh, Councilmember Adderall.
Thanks. I was just thinking, as a frequent user of Lid Park and sensitive to the overflowing trash can issues, is there a way to maybe partner with Recology to get some larger bins deployed or some kind of supplemental pickup to just kind of keep that piece of it tamped down, given that we have less staff to maybe collect and frequently patrol that issue?
Okay. I see Jason just pinged in there.
Yeah, so a couple of thoughts. Yeah, that's a thought that we've been talking about receptacles in parks facilities as a whole, right? What's the right number? What's the correct location? And then can we partner with Recology? Those are great thoughts, and we'll look into that. The other piece that I'll just add to Jesse's presentation is these parks maintenance staff members are this additional disinfection of city facilities, even though they're closed, like the Public Works building, the EOC operations. Parks maintenance staff is also performing that extra high-touch disinfection of those facilities, so they're continuing our operations. So we've added that body of work to what they're doing, and so it's just one more piece of the puzzle that we're working through. That work's not going to go away anytime soon. So I just want to make sure that people understand that point as well.
Ryan, I see you're popped back up. Did you want to add anything?
I think the only thing I would add, and maybe this is more of an encouragement to the community, is to pack it in and pack it out. We're truly being overrun. I have really some significant concerns going into this weekend. So if I can just make a plea to the community to support us in that, that would be very, very helpful to our resources.
Good point. Thank you.
No other questions right now. I just wanted a quick comment regarding the working group, the school board. They are, just to make it clear, they are also interested in pursuing that working group and coming to some sort of resolution or understanding. So we, as you mentioned, Jessica, we have great partners. And so, again, really appreciate the willingness to work with us as we try to address some of these issues. Councilmember Jacobson.
Jesse, in your presentation, you mentioned that there's a discussion with some of the affected bargaining units about latitude for volunteers to pick up some of the slack and park maintenance and that kind of thing. Do you have an estimate of when that situation will come to a conclusion?
I don't, and I want to make sure I clarify. We have not had a discussion yet with our AFSCME union about whether or not they would accept volunteers to support us. So that is something that we'll be talking with them about soon. Jason, did you have something to add?
No, I'm shaking my head. Yes, you got it.
No other hands right now, Jesse. Are you
right.
ready to policy considerations or?
Yep.
Okay.
Oops. Okay. All right, Matt, this one's you.
Okay. So staff is exploring a variety of options to address the revenue shortfall that we're faced with, particularly around citywide furloughs. Workforce reduction of this kind, for example, Friday furloughs, from June 1st to the rest of the year, all city staff were furloughed on Fridays. That would generate a significant amount of savings that could shore up the general fund deficit. I would clarify that that would not include public safety personnel. We are obligated to meet our minimum staffing requirements per our interlocal agreements. And so that would not include public safety, but if council would consider furlough scenarios of that sort, that spreads out the impact. It reduces the number of layoffs that we have to make. Of course, all city staff that would be furloughed would be impacted by that via a pay cut. They're not going to get paid for those Fridays when they otherwise would have. But it essentially allows us to keep our most critical asset, which are public servants. And so that is one strategy that we're looking at through a variety of scenarios. Per council's guidance, we can really start putting some numbers to that. We're also looking at delaying non-essential CIP capital projects that are part of the 2019-2020 capital program. There's a handful of projects that are tied to general fund dollars. And so on the next council meeting, we can come forth with some recommendations around delaying some of those projects. We'll also bring to council a recommendation on a 2020 professional services agreements that we could potentially suspend that would further protect the general fund. And probably one of the most important points on this slide, we're not going to be able to shore up the general fund deficit without the help of our labor partners and their creative involvement figuring out additional cost saving strategies. And so I would like to open it up for discussion on this and feedback from the council. If there's any specific points on this slide that you would like to comment on, ask questions on, as well as any other ideas that you may have moving forward to shore up the general fund deficit.
And I want to just chime in here too. I would like to hear your thoughts on furlough strategies. Many cities utilize that in the Great Recession, but there's a service impact, right? If we furlough every other Friday, every third Friday, that means we're closed. So would love to hear your feedback on if you'd like us to continue to pursue that as an option.
I know hands are there's some folks who have questions. I'm wondering if we can take these policy considerations that you have in the agenda bill one by one so that we don't go all around the place in terms of discussion. If that's possible, Salim, I know you have your hand is raised. If you can ask the question at this point.
Okay, but just for clarification, what do you mean by sticking to some policy talking points?
Well, I'm looking at the agenda bill, and there's all these policy considerations that tie back to Matt's slide, starting off with implementing a furlough program.
All right. So Matt, 50% of the general fund is police and fire, and they're represented. Can you tell me, out of the phase 1 and phase 2, any of the phasing that's actually been done? Can you tell me the breakdown of the non-rep versus the rep affected or impacted workers?
The list has been broken down as in the exhibits, but off the top of my head, I believe it's about 7 ASME employees have experienced and about I think around 50 to 60, and I don't have that exact number in front of me, non-representative employees have experienced furloughs and layoffs as part of phase 1 and phase 2 cost saving measures.
Okay, so my concern here is that if 50% of the cost is represented and hasn't participated in any of the cuts to date, and they also have minimum service levels, so they can't be furloughed, we are not going to make the progress that we need without the labor unions coming to the table with some ideas on how we can navigate through probably the end of the year collectively and as a group to preserve services across the city. I mean, I respect that police and fire are the front lines and they are essential services, but certainly they're working with the support of Park and Rec and with Public Works and with the rest of the city and the city attorney and with all the logistics of the EOC, that we have to find a way to bring the represented employees to the table in a way that helps preserve positions and resources across the enterprise. I mean, as much as I want to support a furlough strategy, it's going to be the same group of workers further taking it on the chin when half of the general fund has not yet participated. And how, as a council, can we support you in bringing them to the table to try and get some shared skin in the game when it comes to preserving resources so that we can preserve jobs?
Let me chime in real quick. Thank you, Councilmember Neese. I can tell you I've been staring at these numbers pretty much nonstop for 6 weeks, and I do agree it's across the board. If we're going to get there without, continuing to decimate the enterprise, my intention is to reach out to bargaining groups from police, fire, and AFSCME in the next week or two to explore options for 2020. We're still, and this might be glass half full, but I think it's the right assumption, assuming recovery begins as we head into 2021. So we're really talking about how do we address this, really near-term emergency. I think what I need from the council is direction to do that. And
well, look, I think you have my support in doing that, but when I look at the other options that are out there, and obviously I've been staring at these numbers for a number of years because we were talking about a structural imbalance, the downside of labor not coming to the table with some constructive and significant savings for the rest of the year, at least until we have a good idea of where we can head revenue-wise. The downside for them is going to be we're going to outsource police and fire. We've been talking about doing that for years. And when we look at what the headwinds in fire are against the general fund, it's the overtime. We just got done with a massive unbudgeted overage of overtime. And the only way that we're going to get through this without their participation is looking at strategies that reduce those types of risks. And then one of those strategies is going to Eastside Fire and just having more resources in the department so that overtime doesn't hit us that hard. It's also takes some of the leadership out of, it takes some of the top-heavy components out of the equation because it spreads it over a broader service base. Yeah, it may have some service impacts, and no, I don't want to do it. But what I really want to see is labor come to the table with some constructive ideas so that we get through the next 9 months.
I know we have other folks who want to chime in here. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, I was going to say regarding this list, Jesse, I think you should pursue any and all options that you can, including negotiating with our labor partners. I don't want to outsource. And I think that takes time, given contracts and union bargaining legal rules and regulations and history and precedent for all the other cities that are probably looking at the same thing. So I get that is a key function and a key cost element that we have to bring into this equation. So good luck with that conversation. I fully support you in that. And all these other tools should also be used and considered to get us to the next 9 months and queue us up for whatever our city is going to look like going forward, because we aren't getting our city back like we've known it in the past. We've seen that coming with the budget headwinds in the last couple of years. What we need to do is shore up this year, start figuring out what the next biennium is going to look like, and figure out how to bring all our partners to the table, the school board, the labor unions, all of our employees. And I'm sorry that all these cuts are here, and it's a terrible time for our city and every other city here. And I'm with Salim. I'd rather cut salaries where we have to preserve as many jobs as possible, because we'll need those services to come back online as soon as possible. So whatever you need to do, given all of these tools in the tool belt, go forward with my blessing and sincere gratitude, because these are not easy decisions. These are not easy tools to implement. And there are a lot of timing considerations that have to come into this, and we're running out of time. It's already May.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, a couple of things. And I think there's a philosophical discussion the council ought to be having before directing the city manager on where to cut. And I'm going to phrase the question very simply, which is, do we need to cut further? And the answer, you may think it's obvious that we look at it and we say, well, of course we do, because we have $2.1 million in shortfall in the general fund, and I forgot the number in the YFS fund. It was another $600,000 or $700,000, if I recall correctly. But the things we have to keep in mind is first off, we have, if I recall, about $1 million in a compensated absence fund. And we just had a lot of people laid off, where we're paying out a lot of accrued vacation benefits and accrued comp time. And there's no reason at all in that situation where we can't be funding that out of the compensated absences fund and freeing up some money there. Secondly, we have, I believe, $3.4 million in unappropriated fund balance left over from last year that is available to us. And we have a contingency fund budget that I believe is around $4.3 million that is sitting there as well. So together, those amounts are somewhere north of $8 million that is potentially available to us to cover a $2.7 million hole. Now, I'm about the most risk-averse guy in the world, and I would not be advocating spending all $8 million now, even if we had an $8 million hole, which we don't. But partly because we don't know what 2021 will be like. But that money is available to us. It is an option, and I think we should be having a philosophical discussion of how much of this gap we should be willing to fund using those resources. To me, the compensated absence one is a total no-brainer. I think the others are worthy of consideration as well, so that we may not need to make material cuts that are nearly as bad as they appear. The other thing I'll point out is that were we to draw those funds down too far and find that in 2021 or 2022 we need the money, we have other options. The city general fund can borrow from utility funds. And while under ordinary circumstances that would be a horrible thing that I would hate to see happen, this is a once in a lifetime sort of event, and I think we need to have options like that on the table in order to save some of these positions and save some of the services they provide. I'll just note that for every service that we take away by cutting employees now, it becomes much more expensive to add those positions back because of the cost of hiring, locating, and training new staff. So we shouldn't be taking away any more than we absolutely have to, unless we intend to make those cuts be permanent. And I don't think most of us really want those cuts to be permanent, at least in most cases. So I'd be curious for other people's thoughts on my philosophical spiel about that.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderall?
Thanks, Benson. I think Salim and Wendy and Craig have all made really, really good points. I think the furlough strategy is good because it does retain employees, even if it does at some level reduce level of service. It also reduces our costs and our expenses. I would like to see, in the most important areas, that the furloughs maybe be not everybody on Friday. Maybe we don't close City Hall on Friday. Maybe we're operational 50% on Friday and 50% on Monday, which achieves a day, but still provides services to the citizens. I don't know if that's efficient or not. Maybe it's not. I'm not in a position to really make that call, but it's just a recommendation that maybe we look at spreading the furloughs out so as not to just kind of shut down for a single day. Other than that, I think all 5 of these points that are shown here are valid. I do think it's worth looking at the extent to which we deploy funds from other monies from other funds. Sorry, it was hard for me to say. I don't know why. To cover this short term, particularly depending on what the forecasts are. If it's going to look like we're going to have a V-shaped recovery, then that's a very short-term and non-critical way to move money around. So that's just kind of where I'm coming from.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson?
We are in extraordinary times, and so in my mind, we have to do extraordinary things. What I hear from the city manager is, here are some things you can do, and it seems to me to say, well, just go do all of them, Jesse, and you know, get on with it. I think it's their responsibility on the part of our council. There is an elephant in the room, and Salim's pointed it out. It's police and fire. And we haven't asked them to do one single thing. And part of the reason that we're where we are is a huge amount of overtime, particularly in the fire department. And I hear the fire chief say, well, we can't hire more people. We can't do anything. It's just, you know, it's just the name of the game. Well, these people need to come to the table too, because they're part of the team. And if they don't want to play as part of the team, then that tells us something. Then we can go make the policy decision. Do we want to just outsource this stuff, or you know, what do we want to do? But I think among other things, that goes to the head of my list, that we have to get these people in a room and talk to them. And if they are unwilling to do something, well, then that tells us where to go. I do agree with that. This is a subject that we need to, among the seven of us, talk about, and I think Craig's absolutely right about that. There are some philosophical things, and I think we ought to get them all on the table, and whether that is best done in a study session or rather than a council meeting just because of, you know, present time and those kinds of things, I don't know. But I'm all for recognizing there is an elephant in the room and getting after it.
Thank you, Councilmember Jacobson. Councilmember Rosenbaum, your hand's up again.
Yeah, thank you. Real quick, you know, I think, you know, Jesse, I know you're working on this, and Matt, I know you're working on this, but when it comes to this menu of options here, you know, it'd be helpful to kind of get a breakdown as to, you know, what's the range of terms of savings of some of these things? You know, further strategy, you know, one piece, and you know, respectfully disagree with Lisa here. I think it gets kind of confusing if you have half the services open Monday, half on Friday. You know, I've seen this elsewhere where every single government office from city, county, and state was closed on Fridays, and people knew that was on Fridays. And that's another question I have. You know, I'm curious I know that the sense that I get is that we're a little bit ahead of some of our cities in the region in terms of what we're looking at here. But to sort of see what other folks are doing might give us a sense of what they think might be working, but also in terms of a talent retention and recruitment piece as well. Because you know, I think like everyone else has said, like we also want to be looking long term here. So that's kind of my 2 cents on some of these things.
Thank you. I guess I'll take my turn here. Well, Councilmember Jacobson, do you have another question? Okay. Jake, do you still have another question?
This technology is getting me at this late date. I haven't had my dinner yet. So in any event, I'm belaboring a point I made a little bit earlier, and I will bore you with a little bit of my life's experience. I've negotiated collective bargaining agreements with unions, and I've also negotiated work roles and all those kinds of things. And until you ask the questions, they're not going to be forthcoming with a thing. And unless we find out what the art of the possible is there, we are going to have to do something. The other items 1 through 4 here then go to the head of the list. And I don't think any one of us like those very well from any number of perspectives, from the loss of services, for more human damage and all this kind of stuff. But I think that's one thing we ought to do, and we ought to get after it right now, because until we find out if there's any there, the easy way out is to do one or all the other 4. And those are unpalatable, absent doing number 5.
Sure. Mayor Wong, may I just jump in here?
Okay.
I appreciate the comments about working with our labor unions. What I might recommend, council, is we probably should take this conversation to an executive session. That would be more appropriate as we want to, if you want to talk further details, and I would be happy to get that scheduled.
That'd be fine. I just wanted to take an opportunity just to weigh in on this particular issue. And again, understand that you're simply looking for some direction as far as what the council would be supportive of as far as further investigations. I think we certainly have heard from most of the council members that they certainly would want to take another look or a harder look at maybe shared sacrifice by not only the non-represented employees, but also those who are subject to a collective bargaining agreement. So I think that is certainly something that sounds like we probably want to take a look at as well. And to Craig's point, Councilmember Reynolds' point, I agree. I think we need to keep this on a higher level of philosophical policy discussions. And I'm hoping that, frankly, all these tools are available to us, I guess. A lot of them are not what we would probably like to do. But Jesse, if you can come back and sort of give us a little more guidance as far as what it would take to implement these things. For instance, number 5 is kind of an open-ended one regarding visiting the management partners. Well, yeah, we spent money on the fiscal sustainability plan and we took a look at it, and maybe there's some things in there that make sense. Maybe there are probably a lot of things that don't make sense anymore. But I think it would be helpful when these items come back to us, that you come back with a little bit more information, if that's possible.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly, again, time-wise, what your time frame is.
So, and that's the plan. I'll just remind you, we can't work everything all at once. We sort of semi-tried that tonight, and Matt and I don't know when the last time is we slept, trying to get everything reorganized. So I really wanted to hear, are there strategies that are just off the table? You don't want to talk furloughs because we've already taken service cuts. I didn't hear that. I heard all these things. I am the fleet fund. That's got to go on the table. I think there's some real potential for short-term savings there. So what you'll see, and council, I need to just impress upon you, our revenue streams in a couple of instances went to 0. We've never had that happen. So the urgency of pulling down expenses is because the longer we wait, the harder it is to get out of that hole. So we are working, rapidly, and Matt and I have a list of things. Leadership team members are involved. We've been going for the higher gain options first, and then working towards the smaller gain options as we go. So you'll see us come back probably, I'm not even going to make a commitment. We'll be back on the 19th with another financial presentation. I need to get together with the team tomorrow and Thursday and roadmap our strategy in terms of how we want to spend our time.
Okay, appreciate that. Matt, I don't know, as far as next steps, do you want to talk about that and whether or not, I thought there might be a motion or an amended motion that, Matt, you might.
So we've got actually 2 more presentation parts.
Okay.
A quick synopsis on unemployment, emergency response costs, and then we'll get to that kind of final recap. So okay. Let's cruise. I think we can do these last few pieces.
And just to catch the wave of Jesse's point, that we're trying to make these decisions quickly because all of these decisions have ramifications, especially around employment and unemployment. So it'd be helpful to walk you through some of the hidden costs associated with eliminating a position. As many of you know, the city is self-insured when it comes to unemployment, so we bear the burden of paying for unemployment costs. Fortunately, with the CARES Act and the federal program that has been instituted, the city will only be responsible for paying 50% of unemployment claims as a result of COVID-19. We haven't, at least from the federal government, seen the details on how this is going to be worked out, but this has been incorporated into all of our projections. And I will say all of the numbers that you've seen tonight have taken into account unemployment costs. So they're net the unemployment costs the city is responsible for. We don't have a reserve to pay for unemployment, but we're tracking all of these expenses. Next slide, please. And so the phrase that we're kind of helping illustrate the impact of these ongoing costs is the tail of expenditures. And there's all of these costs that the city has to pay out when a position is terminated. There's accrued benefits that workers are entitled to. We pay out the remaining month's worth of health insurance the month that the position is eliminated. As I mentioned before, the unemployment costs. And with the CARES Act, unemployment has been extended from 26 weeks to, in some cases, 39 weeks, of which a recipient receives the benefit. And so this example of a full-time supervisor walks through, if the position is eliminated on April 30th, next slide, please. You can see on this graph, the x-axis is the months of the year, and compensation on the y-axis that is owed to that supervisor. January through April shows the salary and benefits that have been paid for this position. Next slide. And you can see at the point of termination, there is an immediate payout in May for the accrued benefits, and then the corresponding payouts that the city is required to pay should and when that former employee applies for unemployment. So this is a little bit skewed from what happens in reality. This is a compressed timeline, but it essentially illustrates the tail of costs that follow when we terminate a position. And so the city leadership team has been working closely with together to make these decisions quickly, because the longer we wait to make these decisions, the more likely we're to see these costs carry into 2021. Next slide.
Okay, I wanted to talk a little bit about the emergency response, and we're headed towards the end of the presentation. So as a reminder, we activated our Emergency Operations Center the first week in March. At the peak, which was end of March through most of April, we were activated at level 1, and we had nearly 40 staff, supporting a wide variety of EOC functions. Now, that wasn't 40 staff working full-time on emergency response, but it was 40 staff interacting with the emergency response and helping. Things have, I won't say they've slowed down, I will say they've stabilized, become a little more predictable. Beginning just this last weekend, we went to level 2 status. So we came down from level 1. And essentially what that means is we're in maintenance status. So we're actively engaged. It requires some, but not all of our EOC positions to be filled. And I'll be honest with you, Council, I think we're gonna be in level 2 through the year end. And the reason for that is partially the way we're operating right now. We've had our EOC team take on stewarding several lines of business that are severely impacted by the financial situation. And there's things that we're still doing and we'll probably have to do for a while through the EOC structure, which is like supply procurement. We're in a good place now. We've got personal protective equipment, probably out 60 days, but it's going to continue to be a burden to procure things like that, particularly as businesses and industry begins to reopen. So this isn't the greatest graphic because it's too hard to see, but under level 1, this is a snapshot of our org chart. It shows all the different positions, and essentially moving to level 2, we've just compressed a lot of the boxes. We have roughly 14 staff working in the EOC now, but I will say, keep in mind, I get counted in that number because I am touching the emergency quite a bit. So we've consolidated, we've scaled back to level 2. One of the decisions that I made was with the layoffs to make sure that we retain critical staff to come keep the EOC going. And again, this interesting hybrid model to chief worry about all these lines of business that were scaled back, because even though the community center and recreation isn't operating right now, we still have customer service demands. We have other things we have to keep up on, but we didn't necessarily need the full team. So what does that all mean? I want to reassure you that we are doing detailed cost tracking. I'm really proud proud of our team. We jumped on this right out of the gates. You've heard me say it a whole bunch of times. So we know all the staff time that's been associated with the emergency response. At year end, I mentioned this when we started, I want to make sure our financial report accurately reflects how city resources were used this year. So for the last 8 weeks, 10 weeks more like now, we've had staff not working in their traditional roles, working in a new role. Sarah Bluvis, who we heard from earlier, is a perfect example. She worked in the Parks Department. She's been in an EOC role for almost 8 weeks now. So we're doing the behind the scenes to figure out how funding needs to move around and how we need to account for that. That being said, we've had some expenses, supplies. Definitely it was the level of supply procurement was not budgeted. We purchased a special disinfecting machine for city facilities. It's called the, I can't remember. Anyway, it's a similar machine that what the schools, Clorox something. Anyway, it's similar to what the schools have, so we've got that on board. We also had to purchase some equipment so that we could deploy all our staff to work remote. So all of these costs are rolled up into this next slide.
Just to provide a recap of the expenditures that we've experienced related to COVID-19 as of May 1st. We have staff costs that in total are about over $500,000. And we have, as Jesse mentioned, tracked all of those costs. But the costs go beyond just the numbers that you see in the chart. For example, 100% of the city manager's time has been committed to the city's COVID-19 response ever since March 1st, even before then. And so every waking breath that Jessie has taken, I hate to speak for her, but I can speak for myself, has been intimately tied to responding to COVID-19 impacts on the city. So work plans that have been scheduled for 2020 within pretty much all the departments have been significantly impacted. So there's soft costs as well. We also have procured about $150,000 in aggregate of supplies and services related to the emergency, which is giving us that $662,000 figure for expenses made between March 1st through the beginning of May. Next slide, please. So here forward is a cost estimate for supplies as well as staff time from the beginning of May through the end of August. And so staff project that we're going to spend roughly $87,500 per month on supplies as well as staff time to continue to maintain the level 2 partial activation of the EOC. We also have $150,000 of expenses that was listed on the previous slide that was unbudgeted expenses. And so we have not accounted for those expenses within the 2020 adopted budget. And so staff is projecting spending $500,000 in aggregate of the staffing time here forward and the supplies here forward, as well as supplies costs that we've spent up to May 1st. We're anticipating spending that amount of money through August 31st. And so.
And Matt, I want to chime in here because we left off a couple notes. Council, you know that we've heard from the state of Washington that we'll be receiving $734,000 in CARES Act funding. And there's some rules attached to how that funding can be used. It has to be used for the COVID-19 response. So some of our expenses, and based on a document I read this afternoon, maybe all of our expenses to date would be eligible for reimbursement. So we do have money coming in. The timing, it's going to be a reimbursement. So we will have to bill and get reimbursed, but that money is there. We're waiting for additional word. I think it's from Commerce on the guidelines.
Next slide. And so in summary, after phase 1 and phase 2 cost saving measures, staff is working to close a $2.1 million deficit in the general fund and a $700,000 projected revenue shortfall in the YFS fund. Next slide. And so compared to what was in the agenda bill, I am modifying the motion that I'm requesting, and that we are essentially requesting that council direct staff to continue supporting the level 2 emergency response and direct us to bring back a budget amendment for the May 19th council meeting, where we look to appropriate funding from the compensated absences reserve to cover the accrued benefit cash outs that we're anticipating here forward, as well as from phase 1 and phase 2 decisions, as well as appropriating $500,000 of contingency funds for emergency operations through the end of August. And then the 3 remaining points: appropriate contingency funds to address the projected YFS fund deficit. We're going to have more information for you on May 19th. And then, if not, shortly thereafter, and then working to rebalance the 2020 adopted budget based on the work that's taken place in phase 1, phase 2 cost saving measures. So with that, these are changes to what was previously in the agenda bill. We are not requesting the $900,000 figure that was in the agenda bill. We're requesting $500,000. Happy to answer any questions about this.
Thank you, Matt. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. Question I have, and if this is better for an executive session, just let me know, but obviously there's sort of a careful balance here between what we would normally expect from a federal disaster declaration in terms of reimbursements and the CARES funding through the state. Is there a strategy to figure out how to kind of maximize our reimbursements across the board, you know, in terms of what's more lenient and what's not? What are we applying to which account if possible? I know that there's some serious questions about the federal disaster declaration, given that it's for the whole country, as to what is actually going to be available for state and local governments. I'm just curious if what thought has been given to that.
No, that's a great point, Councilmember Rosenbaum, and that's why I've only been loosely committing to how that CARES Act funding will be used, because we haven't seen the final rules from the state. And so keep in mind, the CARES Act funding is the portion that was allocated to the state of Washington, and they are passing it through to us. But in doing so, they're doing some additional rulemaking, and so that's we don't know yet. We don't know yet. Everything that we just described in terms of our expenses to date would be eligible for FEMA reimbursement through a typical federal disaster declaration. So we'll need to evaluate those strategies as soon as we understand more about the CARES Act.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out if, you know, if the 12.5% that the state normally puts out for a FEMA declaration, are they going to come back to us and say, hey, actually, no, that we're counting that as part of your CARES Act reimbursement? So
I will say total rumor, is that the state may not fulfill the 12.5%. So we're hearing, this is part of the reason I've advised caution about counting our chickens before they hatch. This is like a federal disaster on a scale we've never seen before. And so I'm not convinced yet that we can count on the same level of reimbursement that we would have previously for like a windstorm or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of concerned that, you know, I don't want to operate on the assumption that 100% of our expenses are going to be reimbursed and then find out at the end of the year that, you know, we've got a much bigger hole than we thought. And especially with the, you know, just the speed that some of this cash should actually come in if it comes in. But I know you guys are keeping a lot of that in mind.
Yeah, and keep in mind too, I think I've already made this point a couple times. I want to make it again. You know, our EOC team is doing like triple or quadruple duty. They're dealing with emergency needs, and they're also managing functions of the city that we stood down temporarily. So we need to keep that core team on some level going. We did scale them back. If we have a resurgence, we may have to ramp up again, but I feel that we're in a good place right now. I've been working closely with our emergency manager.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you, Matt and Jesse, for pulling this all together. It's a very impressive job. And thank you in particular for being open-minded about using some of the comp absence reserve and the contingency fund. One question for you and then one request. The question is, what is the significance or implication of using the contingency fund as opposed to the unappropriated fund balance? Like, does it matter if we take it from one place versus the other?
Councilmember, could you repeat the beginning of the question?
Well, from what I understand, you're appropriating some money out of the contingency fund to cover the YFS and the EOC operations. $3.4 million in unappropriated fund balance available. If we just appropriated that instead for these things, why would that make any difference? Should we care that we're taking it from the left pocket or the right pocket?
Well, I will say that the contingency fund is designed for emergencies, for moments precisely like what we're going through right now. And with the very specific accounting measures that we put in place to track all the costs associated with the emergency and the decisions that are being made tonight, it seems to align well with the asking for the appropriation from the contingency and create a historical record that could be of real value to the city, depending on how things unfold with state and federal funding here forward. And so the recommendation stands to use the contingency funds rather than the general fund balance. The general fund balance, council could, per their discretion, use those funds, but those funds are part of the city's cash flow management. We rely on those funds to get through the inherent seasonality of many of our revenue streams. And this moment in time, right now, April to May, is when the city has been relying on those funds to get us through to the point in which we start receiving property tax payments. So those payments have started to come in, and we will have a better sense of where our general fund balance is at mid-year. But right now, those funds have been, we have been relying on those funds to support the general fund obligations at this point in the year.
It feels like they should be somewhat fungible where you took it from, but leave that on the table for now. The second thing is the request when you come back to present options, and options are always good. I hope that one of the options you present is no further cuts and just take the rest from the contingency fund or the unappropriated fund balance. And the reality is, probably, I guess, if I know my counsel, we'll probably end up picking a solution that is a blend of the various options you present. But I'd like that to be one bookend that is available to us.
Understood. I will just add that the general fund balance of $3.4 million that we begin the year with, those are uncommitted funds, and council can decide what to do with those funds. And so I just wanted to add that point. And the contingency funds are the rules that have been put in place on contingency fund usage is really about one-time usage. So one-time funds, not to support ongoing expenditures related to city services.
Absolutely. And I just look at the current situation. I say, if it's not for a situation like this, what's it for? It's hard to imagine, many scenarios that could be much worse for the city financially than this one. Maybe I'm just not creative enough in my imagination, but.
So I will say I do have reservation to bring back that option in mid-May, given that we're only about 8 weeks into this pandemic and we've never experienced anything like this before. And so the strategic use of these excess funds is going to be critical to getting us out of the pandemic. And we really don't know when we're going to be getting out of it. So I'll just add that point.
Understood. Duly noted. The bookend would still be useful to consider as an option, though. Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
So I was thinking that a motion would be useful at this point. Can I make a motion based on this slide, Mayor?
Yes. Well, there is, before you do that, Deputy Mayor Weicker, you have a comment or a question?
I just have a comment, and that is that I like the clarity of this slide and this recommendation of the funding coming from the contingency fund. The name indicates what it is. It's a contingency, and this forecast is awesome, but we don't know how bad or deep the impacts to our budget are going to be in the coming months. So I'm satisfied so far with this thing, and I really want to hold back as much as we can and leave it to Jesse to figure out where more cuts need to be made. I don't want to say don't do any more cuts, because we might need to do that. And as far as borrowing from other funds here and there and the $8 million interfund transfer thing Craig talked about, Matt, I'm going to lean on you to sort of be clear which funds we can and can't borrow from, and when and how we'd be able to pay them back. I'm more interested in the transparency and clarity around what we're spending, where it's going, and what else needs to be done in each of the funds. So borrowing from this fund or that fund makes me a little nervous. I like the clarity around this contingency fund being used for this contingent emergency. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese, are you ready to make a motion?
I am. So I move to direct the city manager to continue level 2 emergency response. Sorry, let me start over. I move to direct the city manager to, number 1, continue level 2 emergency response. Number 2, return with a budget amendment on May 19th. 2.1, appropriate funding from the compensated absence reserve to cover accrued benefit cash outs for laid off workers, parenthetical balance $1 million plus as of 12/31/19, and parenthetical. 2.2, appropriate $500,000 of contingency funds for emergency operations through August 31, 2020. 2.3, appropriate contingency funds to address projected YFS fund deficit. 2.4, rebalance the 2020 budget based on phase 1 and phase 2 reductions. 2.5, present policy options to address remaining revenue shortfalls.
Second.
Okay, before we have discussions, Deb, did you get that?
We've got it on the screen, so we'll make sure we get it to her if she did not.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
we have it on the screen, and I'm listening to Salim next door, and so I'm pretty darn close.
Okay, very good. Okay, so we're open for discussion.
Okay, and so just to speak to the motion, in contrast to what Councilmember Reynolds is suggesting, that one of the proposals that needs to come back to the council is a bookended, no further cut, and using contingent and other funds to fill the gap for an untold period of time. I'd like to see the council try and get a thumbs up, thumbs down on that, because I think that that is insanity. We still have departments that are afflicted by the pandemic, whose work has either ceased or is in a downward spiral of cessation that no longer requires the staff position to exist. We have people working in the EOC whose jobs have been eliminated. We have additional positions that no doubt, if the pandemic continues and that if there is a false start, would not be needed. I do not want to instruct staff to come up with some sort of arbitrary and capricious response back to council based on one council member supporting an option that is fundamentally flawed and not reflective of the hard work that the city manager, the city staff, and the work of the EOC and our first responders are doing. It's not something that I would support. So if we're going to instruct staff to come back on that, I would simply request a vote.
Okay, any further? Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Salim on this. As Craig was speaking, there was one little part of my brain that said, God, it would be lovely if we didn't have to do additional cuts. But I do not think that the city manager or the city staff have been able to evaluate all of the departments simultaneously. It's necessarily had to be sequential. And so I think it would be extraordinarily arbitrary to say, well, we got as far as we could, and so every other department must be okay. Some departments just haven't been considered yet, just based on the nature of whether they're bargained for or the nature of the operations, or the complexity of the operations, the extent to which work could be done remotely, the extent to which work was falling off in maybe community planning and development. It's different from how it looked like when it fell off in Parks and Rec. So I think the city manager should have the latitude and indeed the duty to fully evaluate staffing levels throughout the city until she is satisfied that she's made the appropriate evaluation for each department. And I would feel that it was very irresponsible of the council to suggest that it was even an option to not look any further.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you, Councilmember Andrew and Councilmember Neese for offering your opinion. I'll attempt to speak respectfully despite having my ideas referred to as insanity. I want to be clear that I'm not suggesting there shouldn't be further staff reductions. It's quite possible that in looking at other departments that we may find it's fully appropriate to reduce further staff, but that doesn't necessarily mean we have to commit to a reduction in spending. It's quite possible that we'll find that, in Department X down the road, there are 3 positions that effectively are no longer we don't any longer need their services because the way city operations have changed. But that might clear up funds in order to restore some elementary school counselors, in order to restore, in order to enable the community center or parks maintenance to begin a little bit sooner than it otherwise might be able to. We've got $8 million sitting around and it's available to us to cover a $2.7 million hole. That's quite a margin available to us. And I think considering the use of that margin would still left more than $5 million left over in margin sitting around. It's not an insane idea, and I think it's an idea that should be on the table. Now, if the council chooses to vote that down when the time comes, that's certainly acceptable, and I'll promise I won't call any of you insane for doing that, but I think we should be talking about it.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Jake, you're on mute.
Okay. I'm all for discussing what the options look like at some appropriate point in time. I do not believe we should be fettering or handcuffing the city manager from looking at every kind of thing. And our experience, or the experience in my 2.5 months or 3 months or however long it's been on city council, 4 months now, I guess, is that she is relentless about doing that. And I'm very confident that she'll continue to do that. And trying to forestall options now is, I think, is unwise. So I'd move the previous question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, we have, okay. Deputy Mayor Weicker, you have your hands up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say what I said before, and that is I want to leave Jesse all the tools in the toolbox, and that includes everything on this motion, as well as looking at the $8 million funds and contingency funds and designated funds. But I'm less inclined to go into more debt or have unfunded obligations much more than we already have. So I'll leave it to our professional staff, Matt and Jesse, to help navigate that road ahead. They've done a phenomenal job so far, and we don't know how long this is going to last. We don't know how much deeper these budget hits are going to be. There are a lot of moving parts here, and I'm supportive of this recommendation and think we should be cautious and respectful as we all bring all of our ideas to the table, because there's no bad idea. We have to work through all of them. So I'm interested in any and all tools that we can use to get through this and work together with our community members to move forward with as least little pain as possible. So I'll support this motion 100%.
So Mayor Wong, I'll just have a quick process suggestion.
Yes.
The list of items in the motion did not include a no more cuts, use contingency scenario as Councilmember Reynolds described. So what I would recommend, just so I have clear direction, because I'm not sure I do right now, is probably Councilmember Reynolds, I need you to introduce it as an amendment and then vote on it as a council, so I have clear direction of whether or not we're working on that scenario or not.
Councilmember Reynolds, you want to make an amendment?
I had considered to be effectively covered already by the policy options, since we were not specifying particular options there. But if clarification is required, I will move to amend Councilmember Neetz's motion to say that one of the options shall include a no reduction in spending scenario.
I'm going to, no reduction in spending scenario.
All right, I'll second it for discussion. So do you want to go deeper, Craig, or?
Well, I'd be happy to, and thank you for the second for discussion. I'm just looking at a situation where, as I noted, we've got more than $8 million available, especially to count the CARES Act funding, which I hadn't considered in my first estimate, and a $2.7 million hole to cover. I would like to suggest that the council could look at a means of funding that hole with the $8 million that's available and reallocate the spending that is going on now, which might consist of eliminating 5 positions in Department X, who knows what that is, and restoring 5 positions in Department Y, who knows what that is, where I would look to the city manager to make recommendations as to where we can provide the most appropriate and necessary services for the budget that she currently has.
Can I ask a question on this? So, Councilmember Reynolds, just looking at the language of the existing motion, I mean, do you think it's precluded?
No, I don't think it's precluded at all.
Okay.
But Bessie was, because I consider that to be, when it says present policy options, that could very easily be one of the options to be presented. The city manager seemed to feel that she needed it to be explicitly called out, and this is my attempt to explicitly call it out. Because at the one extreme, we could cover the costs entirely by cutting further staff, selling off Luther Burbank Park. You know, who knows what it might be? There could be many options we could pursue. And to be clear, I'm not suggesting selling off Luther Burbank Park. But I'm just saying this should be one of the other options that is presented. The option of don't cut spending at all for beyond the phase 1 and 2 reductions that have already been implemented.
I raised it as a potential motion because we haven't put that on any of our lists of policies that we were working on, so it was new to me. I do have concerns about it, Councilmember Reynolds. I think we spoke about it yesterday because we don't know the duration of the event. The way I'm thinking about our reserves is we're going to need that infusion to help us get lines of business going again that are shuttered right now. So I'm playing cautiously, conservatively, because I don't know the duration of the event. So I'm feeling a little, you know, we put together a list of policies that we had considered. Anyway, I don't know what else I can say.
I respect your judgment on that, and at the end of the day, everyone may disagree with me, we'll see. But I see no harm in presenting this as an option just to show the council what it would look like, and to show the council, well, if we did that, how much contingency fund would be left, how much unappropriated fund balance would be left, and what would the options be if we needed more money in 2021 than would be provided by those remaining balances. And to be clear, Councilmember Weicker made a reference earlier to my comment about borrowing from the funds. This option would not require borrowing from any of those funds. I'm saying that if we spent down part of the contingency fund now or the unappropriated fund balance, and then in 2021 we have a continued pandemic situation, continued impacts on expenses that needed more money still, and exhausted the remaining contingency fund in 2021 or 2022, then at that point we could look at other options for raising funds, including borrowing from those utility funds. But that's a long ways away before we have to worry about that.
Okay. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say 2 things here real quick. You know, the first being, I agree with Wendy that I think I'm concerned about constricting Jesse's ability here to kind of look at all the tools in the toolbox. Most from a philosophical perspective, we're getting really black and white, and the answer is probably going to be somewhere in the middle. That we're either saying we have to cut down to a certain number or keep spending where it is. And I think we're probably going to end up in the middle. So I just want to caution everyone about trying to get too far to one way until we really have a good idea of what different tools look like in terms of the cost and the potential savings.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Anderall.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't favor Craig's proposal just because it is, it kind of singles out a particular option that I think may well be available. But I think it kind of mandates that particular scenario be considered in a way that others aren't called out and mandated. So I just want to give Jessie the latitude to do what she needs to do. Like I said, I feel like if rebalancing personnel in departments is an option to help address the revenue shortfall, then that certainly comes within her ability to recommend that under the last bullet point. But I don't feel like what I've heard from city staff about personnel and finances and services would mandate a kind of full stop. Now we're not cutting anymore, or we're not reducing expenditures anymore. And so I don't feel like it would be super productive to have staff tasked on that one particular thing. So I would not be able to support the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese.
So, what Craig is suggesting is that there is no net change in spending and that the budget continues through the course of the 2020. So if, for example, CPD, which is still going to be subject to phased cuts, had positions that were eliminated because development demand wasn't there, those cuts would have to be offset with add backs, but ultimately the cost of adding back a staff would never perfectly equal the cost of cutting a staff, depending on timing, the tail of expenditures, and then the rehiring of a new resource. It creates an unmanageable level of complexity in modeling for staff that we don't have the resources to do. We know that Matt and Jesse and Luan and everybody that's been contributing to the finance discussions is running on a shoestring and coming up with a scenario that forces a balancing act on both sides of the ledger, the expenditures with the cuts. It's not something that we have the staff or the time to do. And that's why I'm suggesting, basically forcing a motion on this, because it's unfair to staff to do this.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Anderall, your hand is still up. No, maybe not. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, no, sorry, that was from before. I don't know whether it goes down automatically when you call on me or not, but.
Do you have another question?
No, I don't. I do not.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Reynolds.
You're on mute, babe.
Craig, you're on mute.
Sorry, I just had the same puzzling experience where sometimes it seems to go down automatically and other times not. To be clear, I'm not necessarily suggesting that a no cut scenario is the one that is the right scenario. I just think it's an appropriate and useful bookend to have in order to evaluate various options. And I think it's helpful to have that bookend so we know what's the universe of possible. That's statement one. And to Councilmember Neese's comment about it's a challenge to staff to balance the trade-offs between staff reductions and staff additions. That will be the same in every scenario that we consider. The cut scenarios as well. We're considering the timing of people being laid off, the timing of this, the timing of that. I don't believe it complicates it materially by considering the possibility of saying, well, gee, if to use up your example, if we cut 3 people in CPD or cut the number you gave, if that enables us to bring back a few elementary school counselors as an example, I think that's an option that should be on the table. And I have great faith in Matt and Jesse that they can find a solution that would do that would approximately work things out. Would it balance to the dollar? Of course not. We're talking in round numbers here at this point. And we can make, and if you prefer, I can amend my motion to say no material further reductions in spending in order to allow our some latitude to get it approximately correct.
Okay, I'm going to take a turn here. I'm not in support of the amendment. I am in support of the main motion, in large part because I see especially the last bullet as broad enough. I get your comments, Councilmember Reynolds, and they're well taken. And I think all options are going to have to be explored. But as to this particular motion that was made, the main motion, I think it's very specific and gives guidance to the staff. But certainly I think I have full confidence that when we are further down the road and have to look at other policy decisions, I'm fairly confident that our city manager is going to come back with a wide array of different options for us to consider, including the ones that you're suggesting. So again, I'm going to vote against the amendment. Craig, I'm assuming, do you have another hand? Your hand is still up. Okay, so no other hands are up at this point. So we have an amendment that we need to vote on. So I'm going to ask the city clerk to do a roll call with respect to the amendment to the main motion.
Can we just get the text of that amendment? Can someone read that off? It's been a while since we've heard it.
So what I have for the record, it was quite simply an amendment to the motion to use a no reduction in spending scenario. And it was made by Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by Councilmember Weicker, or excuse me, Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Is that Councilmember Rosenbaum, is that fine?
It was helpful to get the exact text.
Okay, all right. No other comments or questions. So Deb, go ahead and do the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Councilmember Anderl.
Nay.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Nay.
Councilmember Neese.
Nay.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
No.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Nay.
And Mayor Wong.
Nay. So now we're back to the main motion. And I'm not going to bother reading that. Maybe if somebody can bring it back to the screen.
We have it in the slide presentation.
Yes, yes. So motion that was made by Councilmember Neese. It was seconded, I cannot recall by whom at this point.
I seconded it.
By Councilmember Jacobson, thank you. Any further discussion?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Jesse, so for number 5 here, is that going to be based off of the sort of menu that you presented earlier in terms of furloughs and things along those lines? Is that your expectation?
It is. You know, if I go back here just as an example, oh, my clicker's not working. I'm going the wrong way. Well, I don't know where it is. You know, for one policy example that we put that was very general was, you know, suspend CIP projects. I need to actually go back and spend some time with the list. We have some other just projects that are sitting in the general fund that I need to evaluate. So yeah, I'm generally working on that list of assumptions we presented, but I need to take it to the next level. What I was really hoping for tonight is, you know, is there a fatal flaw, that something you just don't want me to look at? I didn't hear that. I heard general support to explore the list we presented. We just have more staff work to do, Councilmember Rosenbaum.
And I guess what I'm asking is, you know, of these 5 options, do you want us to stack rank these at some point for you, or what? I mean, what?
You know, I wouldn't do it yet. Let us put together a couple scenarios. I mean, Matt's already run some preliminary numbers on furloughs. The piece that we need, the variable is having the represented staff, if they would participate, or anyway, we have some moving parts.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I don't need any, you know, just know that we're working off of that list. I'll bring back some scenarios. And again, we're trying to find a big savings first or bigger.
Okay. Presumably there will be an opportunity on May 19th for further discussions as well. So we have a motion and we have a second. So City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Anderl?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye. Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
And Mayor Wong?
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for a very good discussion and for the presentation by Jesse and Matt. Really appreciate it. It's a lot of work. So let me find out exactly where I am now. We are coming to the end of the meeting. We are now at other business and the planning schedule. So City Manager Jesse Bond.
I think the last two meetings, I couldn't find the piece of paper. I have located it this evening. So just a reminder, we do have another council meeting, May 19th. We have a couple of special recognitions. I'm not even comfortable going over this list. Our top priority for the 19th is the capital projects and coming back with finance proposals. I need to review with the staff whether these other items will go forward. I know I've had a couple of you reach out as well and say, hey, where's the rest of the calendar? It got blown up, so we need to go rebuild it and do some reprioritization. Also, Councilmember Jacobson asked, will we be doing a mid-year planning session? And the day he asked, I have to tell you, it just escaped my mind. I don't know that we need to do the planning session, but we definitely need to get the work plan that was originally approved back in front of you and do a reprioritization, or at least some awareness around what work is not going forward. So that's on my list as well. Anyway, we're working on getting your calendar updated. I'm sorry, it's just very unpredictable right now.
Jesse, can I ask a question as far as the meeting on the 19th? Is that currently scheduled to start at 5 p.m.?
So it's council's pleasure. We're finding that this Zoom meeting fatigue really starts to kick in. So if you're willing and you're available, starting at 5 helps us. But if you'd like to go back to 6:30 start, we'd be happy to make that adjustment.
Can we get a show of thumbs? Well, looks like there's, yeah. Craig, are you okay with 5? Well,
yes, I am.
Okay, all right. I think let's go ahead and start at 5.
Okay, and just so you know, these are special meetings because our actual meeting start time is 6:30. So
right. I
asked Deb and BO to look at some flexibility there because I have a feeling we may try to start earlier going forward. So I mentioned I do have an exec session to schedule with you on a couple other topics, so I'll be reaching out on that.
Okay, thank you. Is that the end of your report on the planning schedule right now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right. Council member absences, hard to say given we're meeting virtually, but if anybody is not going to be available, please let us know. Now we are turning to council member reports. So I'm looking at my screen and it's Council Member Jacobson on my screen anyway. So Jake, do you have a report?
No.
Okay. Council Member Craig, are you there? Council Member Reynolds.
Apologize, I didn't hear my name. No, nothing to report.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Nope, nothing.
Council Member Rosenbaum.
Nothing to report. I was sort of thinking, maybe the 7 of us could talk at some point about a way to say thank you to all the folks at the EOC. I know something small like bringing bagels one morning or something, but anyone who's interested in an effort like that, let me know.
It's a great idea. I think if you want to start it up, I'm sure people will contribute.
Okay.
Councilmember Neese.
I don't have any.
And Councilmember Anderl.
No, none of my boards or commissions are meeting, so there's nothing to report.
Okay, thank you. I'll just be brief. I know it's getting kind of late. I have a couple of things. I think Councilmember Jacobson and also Councilmember Reynolds also tuned in on April 24 to the K4C background presentation. Just a reminder, put on your calendar, at least currently they are still scheduling the K4C summit on June 3. I guess more details to follow. All elected officials are invited. Then I guess I wanted to ask a question. I emailed to each of you folks some additional information that I have received regarding a sewer rate issue. Okay, so the PIC is, the Public Issues Committee is holding its meeting. It's been a few months, but it's going to hold a meeting on May 13. And among the agenda items we're going to discuss is the sewer rate proposal by the King County exec. And so long story short, all the PIC is asking for is kind of a general direction, thoughts from the various SCA member cities as to whether or not you sort of like what the King County executive is proposing or whether or not you want to propose something different. So there's been a lot of discussions going on back and forth between the executive and other stakeholders. So right now, the latest proposal from the King County exec is in 2021, the rate will increase 4.5%. And in 2022, there will be, there is a placeholder of 0 right now with the understanding that parties will renegotiate and reestablish a new rate in 2022. The alternative that is being proposed, I guess, this is actually coming from the Metropolitan Water Pollution Abatement Advisory Committee, MUPAC, of which Mercer Island is a member. And they basically advise the King County exec and also the King County Council on matters involving water pollution abatement and rate issues. And right now, MUPAC, because of the impact to the economy due to COVID-19, is encouraging the King County Council to consider a 0 rate increase in 2021, and with the idea that parties will meet together and discuss a new rate in 2022. So that's sort of the bookends of the current discussion. And I know I'm throwing a lot at you. I'm hoping that you may have looked at the materials I sent out. But again, all PIC is looking for right now is whether or not we sort of like what the county council, the exec is proposing, a 4.5 increase in 2021. And then again, to discuss in 2022, or maybe we prefer the MUPAC proposal of 0% increase in 2021, and let's get back to the bargaining table or negotiating table in 2022. So I'm open for direction. Dave is an alternate to the PIC. I'm on the PIC. So again, we're just looking for some direction from you guys if there's any kind of consensus at all. I see Councilmember Jacobson.
MUPAC.
Okay, good. And Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, I was going to say nobody's raising rates with this economic devastation. We don't know what ratepayers are able to pay. We don't know what projects can get done. I think no rate increase in the short run is the prudent thing to do for ratepayers and city government, county government, state government.
Okay. Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. I mean, assuming we would have to pass this rate increase on to our citizens, I don't think it's a good idea right now.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the direction. Obviously, that will be the comments that I share at the PIC meeting. Okay, so that is all I have. And so let me just see at this point, there being no other business to come before council. The time is now 9:50 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned. However, as a reminder to the council, please stay seated until the city staff has officially terminated the broadcast. Good evening and stay safe and healthy.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.